Marcus Speaks. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, where you hear all of the greatest hard-hitting topics, and not only that, you get to see me. It's like, no. Anyway, everybody, welcome. I thank you guys for being here. I want to go through a few things before I get started. So, get started off like this. If you see the prompt on your screen, if you could like this video, share this video, and subscribe if you know hit bell icons on. As well, don't forget on Fridays I do a gamer stream where I stream all of my favorite games and certain selected releases of certain games that I'm playing. Right now I'm playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. So if you're interested, if you have children and you're interested, just go by, look at it, you'll like it. I know you'll like it. Because of course it's me. As well as Saturday, I do my podcast, Marcus Speaks Live. You don't want to miss it. It comes on Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as my game stream on Fridays. So, you can follow me or you can subscribe to me on YouTube to both of my channels. My main channel, which my podcast comes on, which you're watching right now, comes on at my first channel is Marcus Speaks, which the podcast comes on as well as my game stream. But I also have the second channel where I only exclusively do my game stream on, which is Marcus Speaks Play. So if you could go over there, subscribe. But here's a little nifty, helpful tidbit. If you go onto my main channel, you can subscribe to my second channel from my main channel, and vice versa. So go ahead, do your thing. Go over there and subscribe. Links in the description below. Also, with my game stream, I do it on Twitch as well. So if you like Twitch as far as game streaming goes, I'm also over there as well at Marcus Speaks Play. Alright? If you have any sort of recommendation as far as a show idea, something that I can do during the show, or if you have like a game recommendation or a story recommendation, please let me know. Alright, either in the live chat, which is right in front of you, or you can hit me up in the comments during the replay, or you can hit me up in my DMs on social media, which are, where you can follow me there is on Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast, as well as Facebook at Marcus Speaks. I also have a group page over there called Marcus Speaks Podcast, where you can find it. It's www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC, or you can find me at, you can search it in the Facebook search as Marcus Speaks Podcast. Alright? I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. Sorry. I'm streaming using restream.com to do this podcast, so people like all the other streaming software or websites. I like Restream better. Not getting paid to say that, I just like Restream better. So check those links out in the description below. If you can, subscribe, follow, what you got to do. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you are new. Hit that bell icon if you can, so you can get all my notifications, as well as leave a comment. Alright, talk to me. I'll be talking. I want you guys to talk to me as well, so drop a comment. I want to get this out the way first. To all of the Russian bots that are in here scouring this live, I suggest for you guys to leave. I'm not blaming Russia for any of this. This sounds weird for me to say. I don't give a damn if this is YouTube. Get the fuck off of my damn live, alright? I already blocked like half of you right now. So you might as well just go ahead and get off. Because I'm just gonna keep blocking you. So it's up to you to either stop or you get the hell out of here. Alright? So, because I'm looking at all of my participants and I've never seen whoever the hell this is, Assad, Hajap, or Alinda Miles. I've never seen you here. Alright? And you're leaving those like stupid links down, so you might as well just get the hell off of here. Alright? So, um, I want to get into something funny that I did this before. Because, I did this around Christmas because Christmas was such a, you buy gifts for your loved ones and stuff like that, husbands, wives, whatever. Um, so what I wanted to do this again. So Clap Cleats, which is an actual company. I'm not getting paid to say this. I just seen this product around December, and I thought this was the funniest thing in the world, but it's real. All right. Uh, Clap Cleats, the original sex sock. More traction for the action. More traction for the action. More thrust for the lust. And brings out your A game. You know what I'm saying? Buy yourself some clap cleats so you can clap your woman's cheeks. And this even goes to the lesbians out there. Get yourself some clap cleats when you strapping up. You know what I'm saying? More traction for the action, more thrust for the lust. You know what I'm saying? Established in 2020. I thought this was funny, but it is an actual website. They have a whole variety of colors. Which I want to make a suggestion to you guys. Could you please come out with a knee pad for women who hate, you know what I'm saying, getting on top and having, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, get you guys should make a knee, like some knee braces or like a knee pad that puts pressure off of the knees while the girl is doing her thing. I think that would be very innovative if you do, because then females will have the confidence to climb on top of a man. You know what I mean? So everybody, clap cleats. More attraction for the action and more thrust for the lust. Get yourself some clap cleats so you can beat your girl's cheeks. You know what I mean? So, yes, Jamal, some sex socks. Yes, they're out here. Get yourself a pair, man. Shit, hold on. I think I got show. Hold on. I'm sorry. I got this on, like, get yourself a pair. Dog, get yourself a pair. More thrust for the lust, more attraction for the action. Because when you wearing socks small, you know what I mean. Your girl on the bed, you on the floor. You know what I'm saying. You can't really get your footing right because you in some socks. And sometimes your feet be ashy. You know what I'm saying. If your bare feet is on the carpet, so you might slip up a little bit. You know what I'm saying. You ain't bringing your A game, as they say. You know what I mean. So you gotta get yourself some clap cleats. You know what I mean? Shit. I'm gonna get me several pair. But like I said, clap cleats. Come out with that knee brace, please. So dudes around the world can have fun. But imagine this. You take yourself, and I'm not getting paid by this product either because I don't have sponsors yet. But imagine, fellas, taking a blue chew while wearing your clap cleats. You talk about your girl going to the hospital, nigga, nigga. You know what I mean? Shit. But like I said, I thought that was this is a funny product, but a helpful product at that. So um, that's neither here nor there. I wanted to read something to y'all real fast before I got started. So earlier this week, I think it was Sunday. This happened. Uh, so I'm chilling at my house. I'm chilling, being cool, hanging out, and I get this text message, and it doesn't have like a full number. It's like one of those like when you get in like a like something through to like get like a link or something like that. So this is what it was. So it reads, during COVID-19 pandemic, you were contacted to participate in contact tracking. The MD Department of Health would like to learn about your experience or why you choose not to participate. Please use the link to fill out the brief survey. And then it gives the link, and then it says for more information, please visit the Contact Tracking Unit website. Then it says thank you, and it says all of it in Spanish. Who the hell are y'all to ask me to participate in a survey about something that I never called? I never had it. So why would I participate in a survey? Like, that's weird to me. Like, I don't understand like why they sent this. But whatever, I just thought that I should say that real fast. So now I can get rid of this text message. So all right. So when I do my show, I have some points that I make, and with those points, I usually play a video. So the reason why I do this is because I want you guys to fully understand what I'm talking about. So with that, there's a thing called fair use laws, and some people, such as these corporations that I'm doing this on, such as YouTube. Fair use is something that you have to try to follow while doing the type of podcast that I have. So, I'm about to tell y'all about fair use. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right. So, I get into a little bit of banter before I start. Work week was cool. I was stressing all week because every day something new about my topic was coming up. So I was like, damn, now I gotta go back, put some stuff in, gather the videos, and so now I had 12 pages of what I'm about to read. I have 19 now. But y'all know, before I do my topic, I get into the top news of the week. I should do like a little thing that comes across the screen when I do that. Top news of the week. So, if you guys haven't heard, Amir Locke was shot in an apartment building in Minneapolis. Um, with that, there is video circulating around. So let me come get out of this real fast. And no, I'm in the right place. This is what happened. And this is in slow motion right here. All right. So you can see Amir got shot several times. This is what they're not saying with this. Fuck it, let me get into it. So the following that you saw, the family is now speaking out with that goddamn attorney Benjamin Crump. Goddamn. So for the justice of Amir Locke and the firing of the police that were involved, the people of Minnesota took to the streets to protest for the justice of Amir. The no-knock warrant was signed by Judge Peter Cahill, the judge that saw after the George Floyd murder trial. The crazy part about all of this is that the warrant was filed in St. Paul's, Minnesota, but the warrant was executed by the Minneapolis Police Department, which is funny. This is what's going on. Minneapolis SWAT team serving a warrant that led to an officer shooting Amir Locke was looking for his teenage cousin. Two others in connection with a homicide investigation, according to the court documents released Tuesday. Authorities linked Locke's cousin, 17-year-old Mackay Speed, to a homicide in St. Paul, Minnesota, through surveillance footage and a distinct car that investigators suspect to have been stolen and that was allegedly used as a getaway car in the homicide. According to the court records made public Tuesday in connection with Speed's arrest, Speed faces 2 counts of second-degree murder. Prosecutors said they plan to petition the court to try the 17-year-old as an adult. The charges stem from a January 10th incident, prosecutors say, when St. Paul police officers responded to a report of a man, Otis Elder, who was been shot. 38-year-old Elder later died. Minneapolis police were executing a search warrant in connection with the cousin of Amir Locke and two others. Prosecutors say when police killed Locke in early February, which was February 2nd when it happened, at the time Locke's cousin was among 3 people wanted in connection with the homicide, according to court documents released Tuesday. Prosecutors say the allegedly stolen car, a Mercedes-Benz with front end damage and a lit front emblem, was believed to have been tied to an armed robbery in early December. An armed robbery, attempted robbery, and gun report on the same date in late December, and a suspect vehicle theft in early January, all before the homicide on January 10th, according to the court documents. So we talking about someone who was in the right place at the wrong time. And that's unfortunate for the simple fact that although Amir did have his gun, which is legally registered to him, cops saw the gun, so they shot him. You know, cops always say, I feared for my life and all that other foolishness. But that has nothing to do with, you know, at least trying to at least talk to the family and let them know. Which I believe that the investigators have spoken to him by now. But it's it's unfortunate that somebody had to uh, get be killed behind all of this. So with the no knock warrant thing, the Minneapolis mayor is putting a moratorium to it. Not a moratorium. Putting an end, but basically a ban to no knock warrants because I think in his words he says that they're dangerous and they serve no purpose. But this is what I say: no knock warrants are necessary. Why? Because you don't want a criminal to have the drop on the police, and getting away and causing more havoc. Nor do you want to be a victim of any type of crime, such as burglary, robbery, homicide. You don't want to be a part of any of that, or you don't want any of your family members to be a part of any of that. But I will say, while still seeking justice for Amir, we should still stand for the family and pray for him and make sure that the unjust act, which in a way is still just, of the police who were executing the warrant should seek some sort of penalty for it instead of just them being, taken off of the job, suspended with pay, and then either coming back to the police force, going to jail, going to another police force somewhere around the city. Like, make sure that these fools actually get the full extent of the law. They have the example of two of their Minneapolis police really five, with George Floyd's killers and what's the lady that just got prosecuted? Just got found guilty. I forgot her name, but in the connection of the Brooklyn Center murder that happened, where the officer mistaken her taser for a firearm. Why they are on the same side of her belt, no one knows, but that's neither here nor there. But I feel as though we should have some sort of you know, we should at least pray for the family and wish them the best of something. All right. So, second top news story of the week: Black Lives Matter is under investigation. Like we didn't see this coming. Black Lives Matter, in my personal opinion, they're a big waste of time. That's in my personal opinion. They're a big waste of time. Now, some people will say that the organization has nothing to do with the people said said words Black Lives Matter in the streets, but I say, well, without the organization, before after the famous post of one of the three founders of Black Lives Matter had never happened, you would never have the Black Lives Matter saying, nor would you have the Black Lives Matter Foundation. So, in my personal opinion, all of this stuff is all of this stuff is as far as the foundation and the saying is all together to me. So, if you guys still feel as though that you should keep saying the saying, do your thing. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. All I'm saying is that make sure you know what you're saying before you say it. Let's get into this next story. What I will do, which I should do right now, is, well, you guys seen all of this, so I'm not gonna show the rest of it. You saw it in slow motion. But what I will have to say about this video, you can see before he gets shot, he had his gun in his hand, and he has excellent, and I would say excellent trigger safe trigger um um discipline. He has good trigger discipline. There's the gun here. You guys can't see my cursor. That's messed up. So anyway, uh there. Hold on. And my finger disappears. Okay, so anyway, if you see like by the corner of, I guess it's the coffee table, it's Amir holding the gun, but you can see that his finger is like this on the trigger, and that's good trigger discipline. When you operating a gun, you never want to operate with your finger on the trigger for the simple fact that you could squeeze it, gun goes off, you can hit somebody, hurt somebody, kill somebody. So that's excellent trigger discipline right there. But cops saw gun, yelled gun, shot him several times, he dies. So let's get to this BLM stuff.
In the height of the 2020 protests around police violence in America, which erupted onto the global scene, Black Lives Matter, the organization, received tens of millions of pounds in funding. And that's just the organization Black Lives Matter. There was lots of different miniature groups and other organizations around race that received hundreds of millions. It's actually quite remarkable how many donations, many corporate institutions actually to the tunes of tens of millions also funded various different race-related organizations. And therefore Black Lives Matter was very much the centerpiece of it. And now, a couple of years down the line, there are huge questions arising about where that money is going, who is overseeing it, and what is really being spent on. I mean, you would think that many of the same people that advocate for kind of reparations and kinds of funding that would help communities deal with crime and education would really want to be funneling this money in order to transform the lives of disadvantaged communities, particularly that predominate amongst ethnic minorities. But that's not necessarily what we're seeing here. And I think it's been quite striking. The co-founder, as you mentioned in the introduction, was criticized very recently, Patrice Cullors, for having a property portfolio of $3.2 million. And this is a group that frames itself as anti-capitalist, an organization that opposes the concentration of wealth and economic inequality, are now essentially being subject to similar questions about how they're spending their money. And this is obviously in relation to Black Lives Matter America, but actually similar questions has also been raised from Black Lives Matter UK. They received more than £1.2 million in funding in 2020, and they've used it to kind of distribute it to various different smaller race-related groups. But I think that kind of money for most charities is really quite transformative, and it so far hasn't really translated into improving the material lives significantly of Black people.
Yeah, which I'm personally not surprised about. But this, I'm just reading this, and it really does not look good for them because according to the Daily Mail, the most recent tax filing for the charity from 2019 gives an address that doesn't even exist. The directors...
That's one of the reasons why they're being investigated. For the simple fact that you're getting donations, but at the same time you're getting these donations, when people are trying to look at your book, such as, certain governments of certain states, certain town governments of certain states who wants to make a donation, when they look at your books and they try to find your address, it shows up that it doesn't exist. Or that very address that you're using, no one is operating it on that address. So that's one of the reasons why they are being investigated.
2 remaining directors,
and I will get into other reasons as well,
of Black Lives Matter, they haven't been able to assist with these investigations. One has even distanced themselves from BLM, and they're yet to file a 2020 return. So, this doesn't look good.
And that's the other reason. They haven't filed their tax returns for their nonprofit. They probably didn't think that they had to, but it's still a business. So you have to file everything. You have to have all of the receipts. You got to have all of the participants who have donated, so everything can be in order. So when who's whomever is doing BLM's taxes can you know they can be okay. This adds up. Okay, that adds up as well. Okay, cool, and then they're done. But they haven't.
Does it?
Well, what's really frustrating as well is that in the climate where anyone that veers away from a particular orthodoxy when it comes to race is often framed as racist, and so I'm sure
the rest of it doesn't really matter. So, let's get into why all of this is happening. So, the Indiana Attorney General slammed Black Lives Matter as a falling house of cards before that activist group shut down all of its fundraising websites late Wednesday afternoon. The move comes as BLM was forbidden to collect donations in California and Washington state due to its lack of financial transparency. And they have to show transparency for the simple fact that they are a nonprofit that holds a 501c3 and a 501c4. So, with that being said, if someone's trying to look at your books and you're like, you don't really need to see that, like, you have to show transparency. I have to know what you're doing with this money. I'm donating. Let's say I donated $1,000. I want to know where that $1,000 is all going to. I just don't want to just give blindly and be like, okay, here's your money. No, it doesn't work like that. So it's just frustrating to certain people. So but reportedly continued to do so. They kept collecting donations. Indiana attorney, if I could bring him up real fast. Indiana attorney Todd Rakita compared BLM to an illegal enterprise following a typical pattern of financial scheming. Because they still haven't told us where that $90 million went that they got back in, what was it, 2020? After or during the whole George Floyd protest. That money has yet to be accounted for. Like, no one knows. We don't know as far as the donators, but no one knows as far as break myself up a little bit. We don't know where the hell that money went, and to be honest, I haven't donated, so I don't really think it's any of my business where the money goes. But whoever has donated, I'm pretty sure they want to know where the hell the money went. So, it appears that the house of cards may be falling, and this happens eventually with nearly every scam, scheme, or illegal enterprise. Rakita, a Republican, told the newspaper, "I see patterns that scams kind of universally take: failure to provide board members, failure to provide even executive directors, failure to make your filings available. It all leads to suspicion." Although Rakita would not confirm if Indiana is investigating BLM, he noted reports on the organization undisclosed finances certainly cause us to be concerned. The Attorney General's remarks follow a letter from California Department of Justice threaten the BLM leaders could be held personally liable if they fail to disclose financial reports about the charity's $60 million in donations within the next 60 days. Okay, I think that's next. So the warning follows an order from Washington State instructing BLM to immediately cease fundraising in the state due to lack of financial transparency. BLM GNF, which stands for Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, is prohibited from soliciting donations so long as its status is listed as delinquent. The California Department of Justice told the newspaper the charity could face fines upward of $2,000 for each contribution received while being out of compliance. However, a man in Washington State confirmed to the Washington Examiner that he was able to donate $1 to the group on Monday, and a California reporter was able to make $1 donation Wednesday. Insiders also allege BLM's charity registration is out of compliance in Connecticut, Maine, Maryland, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Virginia. In a letter dated Monday, California Attorney General Rob Bonta accused the organization of failing to submit its annual financial reports and alleged it was in delinquent status. An organization that is delinquent, suspended, or revoked is not in good standing and is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including soliciting or distributing charitable funds, the letter reads. And I think I have the letter right here. So, let me blow this up for y'all real fast. This will blow up for me. There we go. So, here it is. Rob Bonta of the Attorney General of the state of California. So, he's in Sacramento, and this is for Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation. And it states delinquency notice and warning of assessment of penalty and late fees and suspension of revocation of registered status. So it reads, the organization Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, Inc. is delinquent with the Registry of Charitable Trust for failing to submit required annual reports. An organization that is delinquent, suspended, or revoked is not in good standing and is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including soliciting, distributing charitable funds. And then it gives you the case number of where they got that from. The following reports must be filed to cure delinquency. Number 1, annual registration renewal fee report, Form RRF-1, together with required renewal fee for fiscal years or year ending 12/31/2020. Please use the sliding fee scale on the form RRF-1 to determine the total amount of renewal fees due. Copy of IRS Form 990, 990PF, and 990EZ for fiscal year ending in 12/31/2020 from form, and they give you all the forms again, is required if filed with the IRS. Schedule B is not required. Please exclude Schedule B from your IRS Form 990 filing. Failure to timely file required reports violates Government Code Section 12586 and may result in the suspension or revocation of your registration. Unless the above described reports are filed with the Registry of Charitable Trust within 60 days of the date of this letter, the following will occur. So the date that this letter came out was... Did it give the date? They should give the date. Oh, January 31st, 2020. So 60 days from then will be March 31st, 2020, which is my homeboy's birthday. Shout outs to him. The following will occur. The California Finance Tax Board will be notified to disallow the tax exemption of the above name entirety, the Franchise Tax Board may revoke the organization's tax exempt status, at which point of the organization will be treated as a taxable corporation. See Revenue and Taxation Code Section 23703. It may be subject to minimal tax penalties, which the minimal tax penalties, what I said, was up to $2,000 per donation from the time of which they stated, which was 12/31/2020, or was that 2021? I think it was 2020. Late fees will be imposed by the Registry of Charitable Trusts for each month or partial month for which the report are delinquent. Directors, trustees, officers, and return preparers responsible for failure to timely file these reports are also personally liable for payment of all late fees. Please note, charitable assets. Okay, I'm bugging. Come on, I gotta. This is a very easy word, and I'm lacking on what the hell it is. Assets. I'm fuck. I'm bugging. That's the next story. Hold on. Undo and undo. Undo. I'm gonna have to add that again. There we go. All right, please note charitable assets cannot be used to pay these avoidable costs. Accordingly, directors, trustees, officers, and return preparers responsible for failure to timely file the. I'm getting so sick and tired of these people. File the. Where am I at? File the above described reports are personally liable for payment of all penalties, interest, and other costs incurred to restore exempt status. I can't read the rest because this little thing's in its way. But next one is. So did that one leak too? That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, delinquent organization may not engage in any activity for which registration is required, including solicitation or dispersing of charitable assets. If you believe the above described report was timely filed, they are not received by the registry of another copy must be filed within 60 days of the date of this letter. In addition, if the address of the above name and entirety differs that shows above, the current address must be provided to the registry prior to or at the time the past due reports are filed. In order to avoid the above described actions, please send all delinquent reports to the address set forth above within 60 days of the date of this letter. If you have any questions, you may email us, and then they give you the email and all that other craziness, forums, instructions, guides, answers to frequently asked questions are available on our website. So, looks like they're in a bit of a pickle. So, let me continue. So the DOJ requests a copy of BLM's annual registration renewal fees report and its 2020 IRS tax forms within 2 months' time. If the organization fails to submit these documents, its charitable exemption status will be revoked. It could also face fines for each month or partial month for which the reports are delinquent. The letter, which was obtained by the Washington Examiner, threatened the directors, trustees, officers, and return preparers would be personally liable for all penalties, interest, and other costs incurred to restore exempt status. Like how he said that they threatened them. I want to know how. For the simple fact that you didn't file a return. So how are they getting threatened if with every company you have to file a tax return of your earnings that year? Like, that's in any business. You have to. So it's beyond me of them thinking that they're not supposed to file a tax return, but whatever. The DOJ notes that the charitable assets cannot be used to pay these avoidable costs. The notice comes just days after it was revealed that BLM has not had anyone in charge of its finances since co-founder Patrice Cullors resigned last May. I wonder where the money went. It is not clear who is currently in charge of the activist group after all three of its founding members, Patrice Cullors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi. I guess that's how you say her name. Tometi. Tomati, however the hell you say it, left the organization. Cullors, 38, stepped down as executive director of the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation in 2021 amid scrutiny of her $3.2 million property empire. Remember when she bought like 6 different properties that were in various places all over Southern California, one in the Bahamas, and one just popped up last week, if not this week, that Patrice Cullors, which Khan is her marital name, her wife tried to buy a $6 million mansion in Canada. Where the fuck is all the money going? That's all I want to know. Where was I at? In 21 minute scrutiny of her. Okay, so in February 2021, BLM reported it closed out the previous year with $60 million in donations. However, the charity has not had anyone in charge of its finances since co-founder Patrice Cullors resigned last May. BLM's most recent tax filing from 2019 proved an address in Los Angeles that does not exist, and the 2 remaining BLM directors identified by the Washington Examiner were not able to assist with one of even scrubbing BLM associations from the social media after he was contacted by the paper. They are yet to file a 2020 return, Form 990 as required, which could see BLM fined by the IRS. Lori Styron, executive director of Charitable Watch, said the findings were deeply troubling and said they should have filed their 2020 form by now. Like like a giant ghost ship full of treasure drifting in the night with no captain, no captain, no no crew, and no clear direction. She said. Paul, I'm not gonna say his last name because his name's hard as fuck to say. So Paul, an attorney with the Legal and Policy Center, National Legal and Policy Center, a conservative watchdog group, added that a full audit was needed, describing the situation as grossly irregular. He is reportedly prepared to file a complaint against the charity. The NLPC, I guess we can call them, will be filing a formal complaint with the attorneys general of Washington and California to impose the maximum penalties of BLM GNF for fraudulent and reported violations of the charity disclosed laws in those states, and it seems that in many others. Paul confirmed Tuesday scrutiny into the charity's finances also comes after it was reported that the group transferred 6.3 million. Oh my gosh, dog! Just get the hell off. Just stop. Just stop. You're just gonna keep getting blocked, and you're gonna keep uh getting like it's. I don't understand. Y'all gonna keep getting blocked. All these bots from I guess all the groups that I'm talking about. Like, you're just gonna keep getting blocked. Just stop. Alright, where was I? After the group transferred 6.3 million to Color's spouse, Janaya Khan, and other Canadian activists to purchase a mansion in Toronto. That's the mansion I was talking about. Experts allege the problem began in earnest in May 2021 when Colors stepped down as director of BLMGN, the national body representing all of the individual local chapters. I covered that as well back. What was it? I think it was in like late May, maybe June, when I covered that last year. Um, Colors Colors co-founded BLM in July 2013 after a Florida jury acquitted George Zimmerman in the killing of 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. Alicia Garza, an Oakland activist, posted what she called a love letter to black people on Facebook, writing, "Our lives matter." Colors, a friend of Garza, replied with the hashtag Black Lives Matter. New York activist Opal Timiti then used the words while building a digital network of community organizers and anti-racism activists. Garza and Timiti are no longer affiliated with the network, and Colors was its figurehead and leader throughout the George Floyd protests. Whilst which saw huge donations flood in, which that was the $90 million I was talking about. The organization's finances has been managed by a group called Thousand Currents, which says it has a mission of supporting grassroots movements, pushing for a more just and equitable world. In the summer of 2020, leaders sought nonprofit status with the IRS, which was granted in December 2020, allowed the organization to receive tax-deductible donations directly. The designation requires the foundation to file public 990 forms revealing details of its organizational structure, employee compensation, programming, and expenses. The September 2020 Colors signed documents with Thousand Currents transferring $66.5 million into BLM's account. In February 2021, Black Lives Matter confirmed it took in $90 million throughout 2020 distributed to their partner organizations and has 60 million remaining in its accounts. Now, this is what I find fishy, is because the New York director of BLM said that he was gonna put, I guess, the main chapter in an investigation, because out of that 90 million, they received none. So the money had to go somewhere. They received no money. After him saying, well, wait, y'all got 90? We ain't get shit. Or y'all haven't passed us none. So where is our money at? Okay, y'all gotta get investigated because I'm not playing this game with y'all. And I don't know if he went through with it or not, but let's just say that another entity is in their behinds now. So they should have just filed the taxes. In this report, a snapshot of which was shared with the Associated Press, the BLM Foundation said individual donations via its main fundraising platform averaged at $30.76 each. More than 10% of the donations were recurring. The report does not state who gave the money in 2020, and leaders declined to name prominent donors. It was damn near all of the corporations that saw the grift. That's basically it. Walmart, Target, Amazon, you name it, McDonald's, you name them, they donated. Expenses were approximately $8.4 million. That includes staffing, operating, and administrative costs, along with activities such as civic engagement, rapid response, and crisis intervention. Those are all the departments of people that they have to pay, and none of it has been filed. That's weird. Now, BLM said at the time that they were sharing the details in a bid to be more transparent. It's not you put in a bid to be more transparent, is you have to be transparent. There's a difference. So let's keep going. Admitted that their structure and finances had previously been non-transparent, but 2 months later, in April 2021, reports began emerging proving that the NLPC, which showed colors, had amassed 3.2 million property empire. 2 other people remained on the board after Colors departed either way. I don't even know how to say this person's name. Shamolia Bowser and Raymond Howard. That's such a name. I'm gonna spell it out for y'all. I hope I said it right. SHALOMYAH. Is that Shamolia? I don't know. According to undated documents obtained by the Washington Examiner, Bowser's served as the treasurer for multiple activist organizations run by Colors, the Washington Examiner reported, including BLM Pact and a Los Angeles-based jail reform group that paid Colors $20,000 a month and spent nearly $26,000 on meetings at the luxurious Malibu Beach Resort in 2019. Which, yes, that was a night. I think they stayed there for like a week or something like that. But the resort itself cost $20,000 to $26,000, which the $6,000 probably comes from like meals and stuff like that. The 20 is each night. Excuse me. Colors $20,000 a month and spent nearly, well, I don't know, whatever. But that's what I was told, that they spent $20,000 each night. Bowser's has not commented on the current status of the $60 million in the BLM coffers. Howard also refused to comment when asked by the paper, and has since updated his LinkedIn page to remove references to his work with the International Social Justice Organization, which means something happened. Meanwhile, Colors has been tied to even more charities whose finances raised red flags after the organization donated hundreds of thousands to the nonprofit, which then made payments to Colors and her business partners, according to a new report on the organization's spending. One of the groups, Reform LA Jails, at the where am I at? At the consulting firm owned by Colors and her spouse, Janaya Khan, New York Magazine reported. Is this the very thing that most people have been speaking of? Is this going to be the end of BLM? I know some conservative groups will be happy if they do go, but is this the end of them? Because whoever got hired last and has been bumped up, whose position has been bumped up vigorously, probably between 2020 until now, that's going to be the person that takes all the calls. If you haven't seen the one, what was that one movie that Jim Carrey was in? Fun with Dick and Jane. If y'all never seen that movie, I suggest you guys watch that movie. Because in that movie, Jim Carrey becomes the fall guy of bad business dealings of the company that he worked for, which was a parody of what happened with Enron back in the early 2000s. Which, if you remember, Enron was like a global energy trading company or something like that, where something happened to their books and their finances weren't adding up, and the head, the CEO, took all of the employees' 401ks away. Like, he accrued the 401ks into his own account, and then this is in the movie. He took all the 401ks. I'm not sure if this happened in real life, but I'm pretty sure it did, because when Jim Carrey's character went on to, I think it was Fox News, they told him the bad news. He thought he was going on there after getting his a promotion at his job. He had got a promotion, and he's on Fox News, and they're like, yeah, so what's your take on your company's amassing so much debt and blah 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 blah? And he's sitting there like, what are you talking about? Then he races back to the office, and people are shredding files, they're burning stuff, and people are like packing up, they're trying to get the hard drives out of the computers so they can destroy them. Like, it was chaos in that scene. But who's to know if that's not going on at BLM GNF? So more is to come on that, and whenever I get the information, I will report back to y'all. Here's the last top news story of the week, which I found very insulting. But you guys voted for him. Y'all's boy, President Joe Biden. Wow. I don't think I'm going to play this next video, but you will hear the audio. Because last week, this is what I forgot to mention in the beginning of the show. Last week's show almost wasn't able to be shown anymore because I got a copyright strike that then blocked the video. I had to then trim out the portion of which they were blocking me for. So if you guys watch that video and it's a weird cut, that's the reason why. But I will say this. If you guys do not watch the live show and then go back and watch, and this is to anybody that's watching the replay, if you don't watch the live show comes on at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so know what region you're in to watch this. But if you don't watch the live show, you will not get everything that the replay has. Some replays are they have the video intact in its entirety, but I will say certain places don't want me showing their videos, which I could have just re-uploaded the video, but they would have knocked the video back down again. So but this is what Tucker Carlson had to say about
the Biden administration allocating $30 million to distribute crack pipes.
Sorry. Yes, I didn't do that. So hold on. Thought I had Tucker Carlson in here. Alright, that's weird. So this is what I'm gonna have to do. 1 second. I'm gonna have to find the video so I can then insert it into the queue so I can then play it for you guys. Let's see, what is it called? Tucker Carlson. 2.8.1. Might have to put this whole thing in. Or better yet, while am I doing that? I can just search my history. It's going to take me a while, so give me at least 3 minutes for me to find this, because I have to. Okay, I'm close. Alright. It's coming up right about. That's not the one. Damn, where is it? I hope they didn't take it down. I think they took it down. I think I'm getting into the stuff I was watching on Sunday. All this, okay, that's Saturday stuff. So Should be with that stuff. Nah. Let me go search for it again. Let me do this. Damn, what'd they do with it? Did they take that video off? Tucker has a message for... Okay, no. Okay, let me check this week. Let me filter this. So this week. Damn, where did this video go? Hold up. Let me pull up Alright. Maybe this is it. Let's try this.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson. Tonight, workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. That's from Karl Marx.
That's not the one.
Well, Joe Biden, you may recall, spent a lot of his time as vice president meddling in the internal affairs of Ukraine. And you may wonder why Ukraine is...
Wow, they don't have this video anymore. That is weird. Which I should have checked. This is what I'll do. Hold on. Let me go back to my I could have swore I put that Tucker Carlson in here. But anywho, I'll just play this video then. So this is another Fox News story of them covering the same thing, basically. I feel like I can play this, so because this is on somebody else's page. So here we go.
The Biden administration allocating $30 million to distribute crack pipes to drug addicts, all in the name of racial equity. HHS telling the Washington Free Beacon these kits might include pipes for smoking crack and meth, claiming that it will help curb infections. Here to react, Fox News contributor and civil rights attorney Leo Terrell. Hey, Leo.
Hi, Ainsley.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. They're handing out these crack pipes to drug addicts. Can be used to smoke crack cocaine, crystal meth, or any illicit substance. I assume that you're not for this. This is going to be a disaster, right?
Sorry.
Listen, I want to be very clear. They're using the term racial equity. Ainsley, racial equity is a code for affirmative action, low expectation, and you're basically having the government involved in distributing equipment, pipes, to help encourage drug use in minority community. How does that achieve racial equality? I'll tell you right now, it is a horrible idea. It is an idea where you're encouraging drug use instead of preventing drug use. And it's the mindset of low expectation. I don't see how anyone benefits from this except the drug dealers.
You're giving them $30 million to do this. That's crazy. All right, let's.
All right, there we go. So let me send this tweet to my homeboy real fast. I want to ask him a quick question. All right, so that's sent. I'll wait for his reply just to see. So, Joe Biden's $30 million plan to promote racial equality. What? Anyway, Tucker Carlson has mocked Joe Biden's $30 million, which he was talking about it in the video, but this wasn't on there. So, has mocked Joe Biden's $30 million plan to provide crack pipes to underserved communities. As if we need crack in the community. Anyway, noting that Biden's own son Hunter had well-documented history of smoking the drug, which he was on that shit. I think that's where his interracial daughter comes from. But as a rich white man, he did it in style, which the picture was. It was y'all probably saw it floating around. It was Hunter Biden in a bed, a hotel room bed with a crack pipe in his mouth. Biden's Department of Health and Human Services is currently finalizing a plan which will seek crack pipes distributed in the name of equality. Under the scheme, the drug paraphernalia will be made available to reduce infections from the serving of equipment and discourage smokers from injecting the drug. I don't know anybody who injects cocaine, but as far as what I know, in said kit that they're putting out, it's gonna have a couple syringes in there, a crack pipe, and a tie-off band. I'm playing with the last part, but I'm sure that they'll probably have it. So, let's see. But hold on, before I go on, they may think that this is smart, but this is very dumb. This is very dumb. Just let them know. All right, he hasn't text back yet. So anyway, let's see. Carlson on Tuesday night ridiculed the idea. You may recall that on his first day in office more than a year ago, the new president explained that equality will require determination and creativity, Carlson told his viewers. This week, he proved that is true. Joe Biden's latest idea is to pay black people to smoke more crack. the Fox News host said that progressive groups, many of them funded by George Soros institutions, were encouraged Biden's plan and joked that the president's 52-year-old son, who had a highly publicized crack addiction, exemplified the crack gap, whatever that means. But Hunter Biden is in his memoir writes that he first bought crack cocaine at age 18. How old was he at 18? How old was he at 18? When was he 18? If he's 52 now. Let's see. What was that? 19. It had to be 19. Where's my calculator? Let's see. It is 2020 now. So 52 minus 18 is 34 years. So let's clear that. So it's 2020 now. I don't know when his birthday is. So let's assume that when he was 18, when he bought crack, it was 1988 when I was born. Damn. Oh man. The thing is, crack came out in 84. So he was 14 when it came out. When he said, you know, fuck it, I'm old enough to smoke some crack. Let me smoke some crack. And he smoked crack. This dude is wild. Anyway, Hunter said his addictions spiraled after his brother Bo died of brain cancer in 2015. Until his father, in an intervention in early 2019, held him in a bear hug, saying, I don't know what to do. Hunter Biden says his wife, Melissa, got his life under control shortly after they met later that year. And he has been clean since 2019. Soros-aligned NGOs have long complained that marginalized groups in this country don't have adequate access to illegal narcotics or the tools to use them, Carlson said. This motherfucker crazy. With this new program, Joe Biden will finally close the crack gap. For too long in America, quality crack pipes have been the domain of rich white men, like so much else. A spokesperson of HHS told the Washington Free Beacon that included in these kits could be pipes for users to smoke substances like crack cocaine and crystal meth, or any illicit substance. HHS said that the kit will serve to limit the risk of infections. Typically, users smoke out of glass pipes, which can lead to cuts and sores that become infected with diseases like hepatitis C. I don't know. I don't smoke crack. I've watched plenty of crackheads do it because I live in a neighborhood where motherfuckers sold, smoked, and fucking you know, the funniest thing I've ever seen a crackhead do, right? So, this is funny. So, it was this person in my neighborhood. They were redoing their like garden and stuff, and like redoing like their walkway. Like, you know, you can go to Home Depot and buy white rocks or whatever. So they dug up all of their old rocks and put new ones down. Well, when you when the rain gets to it or whatever, and it's been down for so long, it's been mixing with the ground and the rainwater and stuff like that, those rocks start to turn yellow. Crack rocks are fairly a yellowish color. Some people around in my town who sell it, they call it butter or whatever, right? So the funniest thing I've ever seen was a crackhead on their hands and knees looking at these rocks, the rocks that the person got from Home Depot, looking at them to see if they was cracked. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Second funniest thing is this dude. He's been on crack since I've been a child, I guess. I'm not going to say his name, but this fool, he smoked crack so long you can't even understand a word he's saying. I swear to God, when he's talking to you, I swear James Brown's talking to you. Oh my gosh, I can't stand these damn bots. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for being here, but you gotta go. So, anyway, let me get back to it. Handing out pipes is also intended to prompt users to smoke rather than inject themselves with some substances like meth, as injections is far riskier. The only drug that people inject in themselves is heroin. And in some places, people get syringes. New needles and new syringes damn near every day. There's a morphine clinic. It's on the other side of my town, but that place be lit on the days that they hand out morphine. Did I say morphine? Yeah, morphine. That's what they do, right? To help cure themselves, but at the same time, get high, right? Is it morphine or is it something else? It's something with an M. I'm pretty sure it's morphine. Applicants for the program get priority if they serve underserved communities, such as African Americans or Native Americans or LGBTQ people. The crack cocaine epidemic started in the 1980s, which is 1984 to be exact. Disproportionately ravaged the black community. Other harm reduction supplies that could be purchased with the grant money include testing equipment for sexual transmitted diseases, overdose reversal medication lock boxes, syringes, and substance test kits. What the fuck is happening? I said I was going to quit cussing. I'm sorry. What the hell is happening, man? This is y'all's boy, man. This is y'all's boy. I don't vote. This is y'all's boy. He did this to y'all. This is your boy, man. He fucked around. He's fucking around with like what's going on? What is he doing? I understand this is probably him trying to counteract whatever his son went through for other people, but this isn't the way. All right? This isn't the way. So, the grant program last three sale of distribute drug paraphernalia, including such pipes, unless authorities by state, local, or federal law. There was an estimated 100,306 drug overdose deaths in the past 12-month period ending in April 2021. According to the CDC, a 28.5% increase from just the year prior. 3/4 of those deaths involved opiates or opioids. Many of them being synthetic opioids such as fentanyl or methamphetamines. Man, this is y'all's boy. Let me click out of this. This dude is really going there. So cities like San Francisco, which San Francisco does have a high opioid rate, and Seattle have experimented with their own crack pipe kit distribution programs. Others have backed away from such plans. Louisville, Kentucky, allowed convenience stores to sell drug kits before later banning them from doing so. Why do it in the first place? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Where am I at? Meanwhile, the Justice Department signals Monday it may allow safe injection sites to open up across the U.S. Such sites would be safe havens where drug users could use heroin and other narcotics freely without risking arrest in an environment monitored by health professionals. This seems like the stupidest thing that I've heard so far. What is wrong with these people, man? They don't need more drugs. They need help. I understand some of them don't want to be helped, but some of them need help. Don't give them the paraphernalia to do said drugs. How about you do this, Biden? Instead of putting $30 million towards this bullshit, put $300 million to then combat this pandemic, the drug pandemic, the opioid pandemic. How about you do that? Now, I understand some government programs, people just steal the money and none of the people who need the help get the help. I understand that. But there also are private programs out there that helps with stuff like that. So why not give these private programs those funds to then help these people? Makes perfect sense, but sometimes common sense isn't very common. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Where was I? Okay. The DOJ told the Associated Press it was evaluating such facilities and talking to regulators about the appropriate guardrails. The DOJ under the Trump administration had prosecutors who fought aggressively against a plan to open safe consumption sites in Philadelphia because it's stupid. That's why. Although we cannot comment on pending litigation, the department is evaluating supervised consumption sites, including discussions with state and local regulators about appropriate guardrails for such sites. As part of an overall approach to harm reduction and public safety, the agency said in a statement Friday to Associated Press. That's the main thing that they're pushing is where's the word? Harm reduction. That's the main word that they're pushing with this. Well, it's going to help with harm reduction because if we have these safe sites, then no one gets hurt, or there's clean syringes or clean crack pipes so they don't cut themselves and stuff like that. What crack pipes do they know are glass? Some of them do have them, but others they get crafty. They'll use an apple. They'll use whatever that they can to get themselves high. They'll use a pen. They use anything to get high. So here's my thing with this whole thing. I feel like that they're going to have not only medical professionals, but they're also going to have law enforcement at these sites. And each participant is going to go through a vigorous scanning process. And one of the questions asked is, where do you get your drugs? I'm pretty sure that's going to be the damn question. So therefore, that $30 million is not only used to give these crackheads the supplies they need, it also helps law enforcement crack down on the drugs in the area. Does that not make sense? Does that not make sense? Because for the simple fact that Biden's trying to combat drug or give helpful supplies for harm reduction, but he is the guy who did sign, was it the 94 crime bill? He was the lead person on that. This is all just set for him to fight the war on drugs. Get out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, let's keep going. A divided appeals court last year ruled that safe injection sites would violate a 1980s era drug law aimed at crack houses. The Supreme Court in October declined to take up the case. About 6 weeks later, the first officially authorized safe injection sites opened in New York City. Well, the two facilities which the city calls overdose prevention centers. So wait a minute. Does the facility take your drugs and then chop it up for you for safe dosage? Like, is that what they do? I'm not understanding what the hell these places are for. This is what I envisioned. I envisioned a place where you can get a room or whatever. You sit down, you break your box open, wherever that they carry their shit in. They get they load up, they smoke up, and then they just get high for the 10 minutes that they do, and then they get out of there. Or they inject themselves, whatever that they want to do. But I'm not understanding what these places are for. What the hell are these places for? Like, they do drugs safely in their own environment on the outside. Why would they go in these places? Because like I said, it's probably for you get these drug dealers locked up. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but now I can see Joe Biden's reasoning for doing this. I can see Joe Biden's reasoning for doing this. He's trying to create a back door to then get these drug dealers. Get the customers first, ask questions, where they get it from, and then these local police departments then have the ability and the information provided for them. Now that's pretty smart. But it's dumb at the same time. Now, where am I? The Supreme Court in October declined to take up the case. About 6 weeks later, the first official... Okay, I said that already. The two facilities provide monitoring place for drug users to partake, with staffers and supplies on hand to reverse overdoses. The New York City sites so far have intervened in more than 110 overdoses among more than 500 users, many of whom have made multiple visits, according to On Point NYC, the organization running them. However, critics say they are only encouraging drug use and burdening the surrounding communities. Is this a cruel joke? Drug overdose deaths are at their highest recorded level. The Biden administration should focus on stopping traffickers instead of creating more demand for their product. Senator Tom Cotton, a Republican from Arkansas, wrote on Twitter of the Justice Department considering the consideration of the facilities. I'm glad somebody spoke up because that's very dumb. Like why? Like we don't need what? But I will say, the dope boys, they will be getting rich overnight with this. Because you gotta remember, the cops have to do their sting operations to then identify who's all involved. But at the same time, like, you're promoting addicts to continue doing the very drug that you should help them get off so they can be a productive citizen in this country. But whatever. Everybody, I have to use the bathroom, but when I come back, I will have our main story. So, if you gotta use the bathroom, go ahead, go. This is your chance now. If you want to fill your drink back up, fill it up. If you want to roll something else up, go ahead and roll it up so you can smoke it. I'll be right back with the main topic of tonight, Joe Rogan. So when I come back, we will talk about that. So give me 5. You guys take 5. All right? We'll be right back. I'm a simple man, don't wanna complicate ya. 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 All right, we are back. So, if you guys haven't heard, Joe Rogan, he's been in the news for practically a month now. Going back from his whole controversy when it comes to the topics that he speaks on his podcast. Now, this is what I say. Joe gives out good information on that podcast with his guests that he selects. Now, here we go. We're gonna get into it because the N-word, the N-word has now been a part of people trying to cancel him. Basically, the woke left. So, Spotify is not canceling Joe Rogan 2 weeks into an involving and far-reaching conversation over its star podcaster who has been accused of spreading misinformation about the V. Now, this is what he had to say about that. I got it on the screen. I don't have it on the screen.
I wanted to make this video, first of all, because I think there's a lot of people that have a distorted perception of what I do, maybe based on sound bites or based on headlines of articles that are disparaging. The podcast has been accused of spreading dangerous misinformation, specifically about 2 episodes. I do not know if they're right. I don't know because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a person who sits down and talks to people and has conversations with them. Do I get things wrong? Absolutely, I get things wrong, but I try to correct them. Whenever I get something wrong, I try to correct it because I'm interested in telling the truth. I'm interested in finding out what the truth is. And I'm interested in having interesting conversations with people that have differing opinions. No hard feelings towards Neil Young, and definitely no hard feelings towards Joni Mitchell. I love her too. I love her music. Chucky's in Love is a great song. I don't know what else I can do differently other than maybe try harder to get people with differing opinions on right afterwards. I do think that that's important, and do my best to make sure that I've researched these topics, the controversial ones in particular, and have all the pertinent facts at hand before I discuss them. Again, I'm not trying to promote misinformation. I'm not trying to be controversial. I've never tried to do anything with this podcast other than just talk to people and have interesting conversations.
All right. So the two that he is speaking on, and I had his picture up the whole time, so I'm sorry. The 2 episodes that he speaks of is when he had Dr. Malone on, which is the very doctor who holds the patents of mRNA technology, as well as what is the other guy's name? Let me go on Spotify real fast. I don't want to mess his name up. So you have Dr. Robert. No, that's not him. Sorry. Because I just listened to it the other day. You have Dr. Robert Malone. That's one of them. That's one of the episodes that they're speaking on that had misinformation in it. as well as Dr. Peter A. McCullough. Those are the two podcasts that has sparked Joe Rogan's podcast for people who wanted to be canceled. Why? I don't understand, because it's a lot of good information in said in these podcasts, for the simple fact that you have Dr. McCullough, which is the most published doctor in history. So I don't know if you guys know, but doctors write like a peer review type of articles or whatever, right? And then their peers can then look at them and then see what's up, and then they can give their their opinion. Well, I feel as though that you should have said this, or you should have taken this out, and blah 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 blah. But no, people. Then on top of that, there were medical professionals that asked for his firing, and it was a petition. Most of them were veterinarians, and the other part of them weren't even practicing doctors anymore. So why in the hell would we listen to people who don't work in the immediate medical field and works in this type of environment for which of what they're trying to cancel? And why would we even listen to a veterinarian who doesn't even their study wasn't even on human biology and anatomy? What the hell is wrong with these people? Now, let's continue. The liberal regime has, and let me bring this up before I forget. Let me put this up. All right. So the liberal regime, where am I? Has condemned him for his past use of racial slur. Spotify has faced growing pressure to take a stronger stance about the podcast hosts. Basically from the far left, the far woke left in the government. Like Pazaki had something to say. Like she says Spotify should really monitor his misinformation and take those episodes down. And it's like he has the very people who actually do this, and you want to basically take that information down because it doesn't coincide with the narrative that you're painting. Get out of here! Like, I'm not listening to that foolishness. What the hell is wrong with y'all? So, but in a memo to employees over the weekend, Daniel E.K., the company's chief executive, discussed the recent removal of a number of episodes. So I'm about to show y'all that real fast. These are all the episodes that have been taken down. I think it's 100 or so of them. If not, it's between 70 to 100 of them, and I think the number's still growing. But this is all of the episodes that have been taken down. Most of them from this year. Some of them have been, from past years and stuff like that. These are all of the episodes of which have all of the times that he said the N-word in them. These are all the episodes, basically. So let me get out of this. And made it clear that it would not drop Joe Rogan's show. The Joe Rogan Experience. That show has been exclusive to Spotify since 2020, when the company made a licensing deal with Rogan that has been reported to be worth $100 million or more. It was posted. I forgot what article it was. He actually got 110 million. I'm guessing the 10 million went to his legal team and his other people. His what do you call those people that book stuff for you? His agent and his manager, probably. That's probably where that 10 probably went. He probably got the bulk of it. I don't believe that silencing Joe is the answer. EK wrote in the memo, which I'll read his memo in a little bit, which Spotify provided to the New York Times. We should have clear lines around content and take action when they are crossed, but canceling voices is a slippery slope. Now here's the full memo. He says, Spotify team, there are no words I can say to adequately convey how deeply sorry I am for the way the Joe Rogan Experience controversy continues to impact each of you. Not only are some of Joe Rogan's comments incredibly hurtful, I want to make clear that they do not represent the values of this company. I know this situation leaves many of you feeling drained, frustrated, and unheard. I think it's important you're aware that we've had controversies with Joe and his team about some of the content in his show, including his history of using some racial insensitive language. Following these discussions and his own reflections, he chose to remove a number of episodes from Spotify. He also issued his own apology over the weekend. While I strongly condemn what Joe has said, and I agree with his decision to remove past episodes from our platform, I realize some will want more, and I want these Ooh. Goodbye. All right. Want more, and I want to make one point very clear. I do not believe that silencing Joe is the answer. We should have clear lines around content and take action when they are crossed. But canceling voices is a slippery slope. Looking at this issue more broadly is critical thinking and open debate that powers real and necessary progress. Another criticism that I continue to hear from many of you is that it's not just about the Joe Rogan Experience on Spotify. It comes down to our direct relationship with him. In last week's town hall, I outlined to you that we are not the publisher of JRE. They're only the licensing person of them. They only distribute JRE. Joe sets his interviews up. Joe picks the days that those shows didn't go out, which they're all pre-recorded. Which I like the time back in when I first started listening to him. Well, started listening to him back in 2012, but he didn't start doing live shows. I think once YouTube started doing live streams, he would do live streams, but after a while he stopped doing them and they went back to pre-recorded videos. But let me see, where am I at? But perception due to our exclusive license implies otherwise. So I've been wrestling with how this perception squares with our values. If we believe in having an open platform as a core value of the company, then we must also believe in evaluating all types of creators, including those from unrepresented communities and a diversity of backgrounds. We've been doing a great deal of work in this area already, but I think we can do even more. So I am committing to our incremental investment of $100 million for the licensing, developing, and marketing of music artists and songwriters, and audio content from historical marginalized groups. This will dramatically increase our effort in these areas. While some might want us to pursue a different path, I believe that more speech on our issue, hold on, that more speech on more issues can be highly effective in improving the status quo of enhancing the conversations altogether. I deeply regret that you are carrying so much of this burden. I also want to be transparent in setting the expectation that in order to achieve our goal of becoming the global audio platform, these kinds of disputes will be inevitable. For me, I come back to center on our mission of unlocking the potential of human creativity and in enabling more than 1 billion people to enjoy the work of what we think will be more than 50 million creators. That mission makes these clashes worth the effort. I'm almost done. I've told you several times over the last week, but I think it's critical we listen carefully to one another and consider how we can and should do better. I've spent this time having lots of conversations with people inside and outside of Spotify. Some have been supportive, while others have been incredibly hard. But all of them have made me think. One of the things I am thinking about is what additional steps we can take to further balance creator expression with user safety. I've asked our team to expand the number of outside experts we consult with on these efforts and look forward to sharing more details. Here's the last paragraph. Your passion for this company and our mission has made a difference in the lives of so many listeners and creators around the world. I hope you won't lose sight of that. It's that ability to focus and improve Spotify even on some of our toughest days that has helped us build the platform we have. We have a clear opportunity to learn and grow together from this challenge, and I am ready to meet it head on. I know it's difficult to have these conversations play out so publicly. I am continue to encourage you to reach out to your leaders, your HR partners, or me directly if you need support or resources for yourself or your team. Sincerely, damn Daniel. But yeah, that's basically what he wrote. But also what's in the books of them doing this to Joe. There's like 2 to 3 people that monitor Joe's show once each video becomes available. So once each video becomes available, then these people then monitor the video to see if there's any misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, or any racial slurs that come out of either Joe's mouth or his guest's mouth. I'm pretty sure if he has a black person on and they say some type of racial epithet, such as like his guest Miss Pat, maybe Snoop Dogg, Dave Chappelle, Donnell Rawlins. He has a certain music guest on there. I forgot his name, but he's from London. If they say the word, I'm pretty sure that they won't censor that part. But if anybody that's non-black says any racial slur or any other group's racial slur, I'm pretty sure that they'll censor that as well. But that's not what you guys are here for. You guys are here for him saying the N-word. But let me finish with what EK has to say, which was reported in an article. EK also confirmed that Spotify recently removed dozens of episodes of the the Joe Rogan Experience after a compilation video where he shared online by singer. After a compilation video was shared online by the singer India RE, showing Rogan repeatedly using racial slurs on his show. And I got that very video of India.Arie talking about this. So here we go. Hold on.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out. I empathize with the people who are leaving for the COVID disinformation reasons, and I think that they should. I also think that Joe Rogan has the right to say what he wants to say. I also think that I have the right to say what I want to say. So as an artist who builds, Spotify is built on the back of the music streaming. So they take this money that's built from streaming and they pay this guy $100 million, but they pay us 0.003% of a penny.
But this is what you're not understanding, India. You signed your deal with your record label however many years ago. So then that percentage of what you're getting is what the percentage of which your record label has entailed to Spotify. It doesn't say in your contract, not your Spotify contract, but your record label contract, that you get all and every financial resource that comes your way if it's put on other platforms. Basically, streaming is still selling of music. If you got, let's say you got 11 cents off of every let's say you got 11 cents off of every song, right? So that means that since it's funneled to another area, your record label then has to pick up the cost of that going to of that money going to them and then them paying you out. Spotify probably doesn't pay you out directly. That money probably goes to your record label to then be funneled to you. If you own your own masters, then maybe I'm making a fool out of myself right now. But I'm pretty sure your money that you get from Spotify is funneled to your record label. And I'm pretty sure you don't own your masters, so let's continue.
Just take me off. I don't want to generate money that pays this. Just take me off. That's where I'm at. And I know that I'm actually, to be honest with you, surprised that my statements were picked up, because I thought people weren't really going to listen to me because that's what I'm used to from the industry. But I'm
Yeah, nobody really listened to your music. The only song I liked from you was, well, to be honest, when I first heard this song, I didn't hear it from you. I heard it from this girl I know when I was in high school. I heard it from her cousin by singing it on the phone. Are You Ready for Love? That's probably one of my favorite India.Arie songs, but the first time I heard it, I only liked it when the girl sung it. Then I finally listened to it, probably like it was like a couple weeks later, I had listened to it. That's okay, this song's cool. I said, I like it. But that's the only song that I actually that I actually listen to. So, I don't know. Let's continue.
that I am being heard, and for that reason, I want to clarify my statements. Again, this is why. Watch this.
Okay, she played the video. Hold on.
So we know how social media can be. Things can be done.
So she played the actual compilation, which I will play after this. But I'll let her finish, but I will play that compilation right after this.
People are taken out of context. It's happened to me many times. However, I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context. Don't say it. That's where I stand. It's my right to stand there. I have always stood there.
Why do you care so much? I'm going to get real raw with y'all after I get done presenting all the facts. I'm going to get real raw with y'all, so hang tight.
I have other feelings about it, but those are nuances that are not meant for this moment. He shouldn't even be saying it. And so, the confluence of energies comes into play here. So now we have this person who is offensive
It's all about energies now, right? Get the fuck out of here.
to a lot of people, who's paid $100 million. Spotify, the backbone of Spotify is the music. So you pay the musicians that are the backbone of your business 0.003 to 0.005% of a penny, and you take this money that you generate over here, because all the rest of it goes somewhere.
And that's not the video that's skipping like that. It's whoever took the video from Instagram. That's the cuts in between each segment, I guess, that they provide. Because I think you only get like a minute on Instagram. So like when you do your stories, I think you only get a minute, if not 30 seconds. So if you see those weird cuts in the video, that's whoever uploaded this didn't try to at least take each video and string them together so it's one video. So let's keep going.
Subscription fees go somewhere. So you take this money that's generated over here and you use it to invest in this guy. Do what you want, but take me off. Or pay me too. And I don't just mean me, I mean us. Artists like me, pay us too. Pay podcasters of color too. So artist relations from Spotify called me yesterday and they asked me what I want, and I've been thinking about this all night. I'm not going to say it all here, but what I want to say to you is something that I already knew, but I want you to know that they said it last night. Most of the streams on Spotify are Black music, but we know that if you're paying attention at all, you understand the role of Black music in this world. So that's a deeper nuance. There's the musicians, there's the Black music that is the backbone of the whole music industry, that's the backbone of Spotify too, who are historically underpaid and mistreated and all this stuff. Just there's a historical context here that makes all this matter. And then there's this guy, and you take this money and you pay this guy who says this stuff.
You gotta understand, India. At the time when Joe Rogan was on YouTube, Joe Rogan's podcast was practically the biggest thing on YouTube. So y'all might be asking, well, why did Joe leave YouTube? Well, Joe got tired of being censored. That's why. Practically, I say within a week's time, because Joe used to do a podcast every day on YouTube. I'm saying he had a schedule. He stuck to the schedule. He would wake up early, I guess. He would get his workout in. He'll do like maybe 2 to 3 podcasts that will last like between 2 to 3 hours. He would do those all live at that. And then I guess he would go home, see his kids and his wife, eat dinner. And then he would go out, do his sets at the Comedy Store, and then he would repeat, rinse and repeat. So when YouTube started censoring him, he said, all right, forget it. I'm going to take my stuff off of YouTube, and I'm going someplace else. This is when Spotify got ear of it, offered him $110 million to come over to only exclusively have his podcast on Spotify. And then Joe worked the deal out. He said, okay, well, what I need, I just don't need audio. I also need video as well. So will you guys be able to provide a video aspect of the podcast onto Spotify? They said, yes, we'll work at it and we'll do it just for you. So thus we have JRE on Spotify. So recently, I don't know if they'll get into this. I'm probably sure they will, but I'm gonna jump ahead real fast. With this whole scrutiny that's happening, Rumble has actually offered him, in case he gets put off of Spotify, they have $100 million deal for him over at Rumble, which Rumble, I think is the YouTube killer basically. Rumble is basically what YouTube used to be back in 2010. Yeah, 2010, when it started like really like bubbling. But this is when like all of the YouTubers that I know and love used to be on there real heavy. But you know, we know now from the letter that Daniel EK sent out to his staff that Joe's not going anywhere. He just has to put certain things in place to then monitor his show, just so if this happens again, all of this scrutiny, he has something in his back pocket to then combat it. So EK's doing good right now, so we can continue this video. I just had that to explain real fast.
No. And so it took Anil Young to open the door for someone like me, but I walked through it because I've been standing at this door for a long time. One of the hashtags I put on my post, the written one, was, what if we all leave? And that's what I'm trying to see if we could get to happen. What if we all leave?
This is what happens. Spotify then becomes a podcast app exclusively for podcasts, because there isn't one out there other than what podcasts for that Apple provides, YouTube, which people like myself come on here and do a podcast. But Spotify could just exclusively be for podcasts and some music for people who want to keep their music on there. But to be honest, India RE, they're not making that much money off of you. Spotify isn't making that much money off of you. Even your record label isn't making that much money off of you. That's the reason why when you make an album, it's a surprise to your fans. I won't say to your fans. Well, your core fans is not. But all of your other fans, it's a surprise that you even have an album, because, to be honest, when's the last time you had a hit? When's the last time you had an album that came out? Do you think Spotify actually cares if anybody who disagrees with their business practices stays on their platform? They don't. They really don't. You better put your music back on Spotify. Earn them pennies, because you may need them one day. Because you gotta eat, all right? Because you gotta remember, you're not the average girl in the videos. So you gotta find some sort of way for your music to go out. So you know what I mean? So stop being so damn sensitive and chill out, yo, for real. Like, it's not even that damn serious. Let's keep going.
Then we can start having a conversation. It can go from a conversation to a negotiation. So that's where I'm at, y'all. And I'm going to get into my day.
Yeah. So
right.
Next is the compilation of what she showed in this video. Here's the compilation.
The nigger thing. Yes. Saying the word nigger. You've already said nigger. D is just like nigger. Saying nigger. She's calling you a nigger. It's like this boy that he's a nigger, but starts calling them niggers. Word nigger. There should be a word like nigger, especially the word nigger. That's our nigger. About niggers. He says nigger. Guy, a nigger. And then our niggers start saying nigger. Allowed to use the word nigger. Without the word nigger, see nigger, word nigger. Say nigger, and you couldn't say nigger.
God damn it, Joe. You're over your nigger limit. Jesus. God damn. Let's keep going.
He takes us there. We get out. and we're giggling. Oh, we're going to see Planet of the Apes. We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door, and there was no white people. I'm making this video.
Okay, so that's the end. I'm gonna give you guys the full video in context of what that last part was. Here's the full context. Although it's cringeworthy, but here we go.
So anyway, we can't go to there. So I go, you got to go to one where there's Planet of the Apes, man. We're going to go see Planet of the Apes. So I look on the iPhone app, and it says, okay, take me to this one. And the guy goes, okay. I go, is that in a good neighborhood? He's like, oh, yeah. Guy barely speaks English. He takes us there. We get out, and we're giggling. Oh, we're going to go see Planet of the Apes. We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door, and there was no white people. There was no white people. Planet of the Apes didn't take place in Africa. That was a racist thing for me to say. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is,
flies automatically stuck to your head.
Yeah. What happened is we walked into the blackest neighborhood we could find. I mean, there was literally no white people. It was amazing, and everybody was super cool. You know, it wasn't a negative experience. And this is something I wrote on Twitter, that we all went to see Planet of the Apes in a black neighborhood, an experience I highly recommend. Really? And all these fucking people started calling me a racist. I mean, dozens of Twitter people, dude, I didn't know you were racist. Fuck you. Like, black people were saying fuck you. I'm like, listen, man, I am saying it was a positive experience. Yeah, I said I highly recommend it. And it was a black neighborhood. And we get in there, right? And we're so giggly high. We're like, oh my God, we're so high. And then I realized, like, whoa, everyone's black here. Like, well, I mean, everyone's black here. This is crazy. And then a bunch of people recognize me, and they start want to taking pictures, and it's all good. Everybody's cool and friendly. Cool as shit. Like, this guy goes, yo, man, where I know you from? I don't want to bother you, man. I'm not trying to use up your time. Where I know you from? I go, Fear Factor. I go, yeah, that's it. But it's the way he said it was like so cool.
How many people
and we're giggling. Oh, no one did the Smoke Rocks thing, but I took a lot of goddamn pictures. And like I said, super cool, super friendly. This is not a negative story. So then we go into the movie theater, right? It's me, Tommy, and like maybe there's another white person, maybe one other white person. Movie theater filled with black people, and they are having a good fucking time. You know how people always complain that black people talk to the movie theater and talk to the screen? Yes, they do. But it's good.
It adds to the experience.
Fucking yeah. If that's what you know, and like, so the way I felt like, I'm like, look, I'm in their neighborhood. This is how they go to the movies. Who the fuck am I to be offended by how they like to go to the movies? They were at the movies, and I'm not saying all black neighborhoods do this, but this particular black neighborhood, these people brought babies, bro. I mean, there's a lot of people with babies. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just one. These people in front of us walked in, and they had toddlers, like little 2-year-olds, sitting on their lap to see Planet of the fucking Apes at like.
Typically happens. Like, he's not lying. He's not. It typically happens in black neighborhoods. Is that a stereotype that everyone's trying to combat? That is true. This is what I don't understand. When it comes to true stereotypes, why is it that we combat them? Why don't we just fix them? Why don't we just try to fix the stereotype? But you want to get mad. Okay, let's keep going.
10:40 on a Friday night.
Didn't give a fuck about
Didn't give a fuck.
Nothing.
Didn't give a fuck. But I'll tell you what made me really nervous and made me feel kind of weird was watching all of these previews.
Hold on, shout out to Joey Diaz right here on your left. Joey Diaz, very funny comedian. I suggest you guys watch Joe Rogan's podcast. Every time that Joey Diaz is on there, I've never laughed as funny as I never laughed as much as I did when I heard most of his drug addict stories and his stories of him being a thief. Hilarious. Let's keep going.
Of all these different TV shows or all these different movies rather that are coming out, and I'm watching these movies and all of them are about white people.
Oh, weird.
And I'm sitting there and I'm going, wow, this is weird. Like, imagine being a black person. And I always thought, like, people would complain, like, I'd hear black people complain about, oh, there's no films for black people, there's no roles for black actors. And I'd be like, so go make your movie. What do you want from me? But when you go to a goddamn movie theater with all black people, that's when you really feel it. I'm sitting there in the audience and all these people are black, but every movie preview is white. There's no black characters. And then finally there's this movie with Jonah Hill. And they show a preview.
Which typically happens. This is what happens during those previews. Either they'll show a preview for a movie that's going to come out a year after this said movie that is being watched. Like, I remember going to the movie theater back in the 90s when with my mom and my godfather, going to see movies like The Nutty Professor, seeing movies like what was the other movie that we went to go and see? It was several movies we went to. Other than like the movies that I wanted to go see or my sister wanted to go and see. We saw adult movies. There was some adult movies, rated R movies that I saw as a child, as a 6, 7, 8-year-old child, or whatever. And it's nothing that he's saying right now that is not true. The previews, most definitely. Most of the time, it's some white movie that has something that's similar to the movie that you're about to see, or not even close. It's just a movie that's coming out later on that year, if not the next year. So let's keep going.
For the movie, and it's Jonah Hill, and he's doing all this different shit. He's babysitting kids, but he's supposed to be like a cool guy. And the way they show you he's a cool guy is there's an old black guy working like at a door at a club. Like the black guy's there, and Jonah Hill's talking black to him. It is what it is, brother. It is what it is. And I'm watching this with all these black people. I'm watching this white guy talk like a black guy, and I'm in this fucking theater filth, and I'm high as fuck. I mean, just barbecued, sitting there soaking in this experience going, wow, this is fucked up. Like, no wonder why black people are angry and they feel disenfranchised. Like, they're completely removed from the mainstream cultural experience in a lot of ways. Like, there's a tiny percentage of black people that are included in movies. So finally, Planet of the...
So boom. He then gives an explanation from his experience of what he saw. How many times do we say that we're disenfranchised when it comes into movies? Y'all remember Oscars So White? Wasn't African American actors boycotting the Oscars, which some of them went, because most of them weren't even nominated in movies. Which one of them, I feel as though Jada Pinkett was right at the time, that Will Smith should have gotten a nomination for Concussion. Because I personally watched Concussion. And I'm thinking that I'm about to watch this bad movie that nobody liked. It was only in theaters for like 2 weeks. And then they dropped it all because it spoke on the CTE thing that happens in contact sports such as boxing, MMA, hockey, football. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, which I believe the NFL, this is me putting my tinfoil kufi on, I believe the NFL got that movie taken out of theaters because not too long after it was on video, not to be heard from again, which you can't even find that movie on major streaming platforms. It's never been on Netflix, never been on Hulu. You know where I finally found that movie at on a streaming service? Tubi TV. And some of y'all are probably asking me, what the hell is Tubi TV? Just download it. It's free. Which I call Tubi TV the graveyard for shows and movies. You know, on Tubi TV, I watched Damon Wayans' show that he had on Fox back in '97. That's on Tubi. It's called it's either called Damon or the Damon Wayans Show, where he plays a detective, Chicago PD detective that's living with his disenfranchised brother, which is played by David Alan Grier. Which the show was funny as hell, but only had one season. That's where Concussion's at right now. But I'm pretty sure within Concussion, from what Joe's talking about, none of them previews were probably had black movies on them. Well, let's continue.
Apes place. Everyone's white in the movie except the bad guy. The bad guy is a black guy, and I thought it was so strange. And not only that, he's a bad guy who owns this giant company, and he has an English accent. It's like not only is he it's like you couldn't have a brother from Philadelphia that figured out how to own this corporation. It couldn't be a guy, even a brother that talks like a regular businessman type dude, you know, who's like, well, what we need to do is acquire this, and you know, once we get that, and then we'll be on moving, and then we get in the force. You know, no. This guy has an English accent. He doesn't sound like anybody you know. And this is the only black guy in the fucking movie. And I'm like, wow. And then the rest of the movie is just badass monkeys. Just badass chimp.
Where'd he lie? I remember watching that movie. And I believe the dude is bald-headed. And he also played the receptionist in the John Wick movies. I believe that's the guy. Where'd he lie? Let's keep going.
So was the CGI awesome? Was it?
Oh my God, is it good? First of all, the movie is the shit. Planet of the Apes is a dope movie. It's a good movie. Hello, friends.
All right, that's the next video. But I did not start this war. It was an ape named Copa. Now, in a video over the weekend, that was last weekend, Rogan apologized and called it the most regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly. Here's the video.
Hello, friends. I'm making this video to talk about the most regretful and shameful thing that I've ever had to talk about publicly. There's a video that's out that's a compilation of me saying the N-word. It's a video that's made of clips taken out of context of me of 12 years of conversations on my podcast, and it's all smushed together, and it looks fucking horrible, even to me. Now, I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years, but for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation, instead of saying the N-word, I would just say the word. I thought it was...
Now, from me looking at Joe Rogan and with this apology and him saying he hasn't said it in years, which is true. Last time I heard Joe Rogan say the N-word was possibly 2017, if not 2018. But still, I'm gonna let him finish because I'm not gonna get raw just yet. I'm saving that for the end of the video.
As long as it was in context, people would understand what I was doing. Like that context was part of the clip we were talking about Red Fox, how Red Fox said that word on television in the 1970s, and how times have changed so much since then. Or about how Richard Pryor used it as one of the titles of one of his albums.
That nigga's crazy.
or I was quoting a Lenny Bruce bit, or I was quoting a Paul Mooney bit, or I was talking about how Quentin Tarantino used it repeatedly.
Which Paul Mooney? Before he stopped saying the N-word in a stand-up. If you look at his last 3 stand-up specials, Paul Mooney I'm talking about. It's the one that I'm thinking of is what was it? Cleopatra was a nigga, and somebody else was a nigga. Know your history. That's the full. Just type it in, or just type in Paul Mooney. You should be able to find it somewhere. As well as he had one that I own. I forgot what it's called, but it was in this restaurant that's in Houston, if not Dallas, where the waiting staff, the female waiting staff, walk around topless. So that's on my bucket list to go to. So as well, where the only one that he did where he doesn't say it is what the hell is it called? I forgot what it's called, but I know it's him, and he has an American flag behind him in the picture. So yeah, Paul Mooney used it a lot, as well as Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino, damn near in all of his movies, has the N-word, and I will get at that as well. So let's keep going.
Repeatedly in Pulp Fiction, or I was talking about how a Netflix executive, ironically, used it because he was trying to compare it to another offensive word, and he said it out loud, and they fired him. Not calling anybody or just saying the word out loud. I was also talking about how there's not another word like it in the entire English language, because it's a word where only one group of people is allowed to use it, and they can use it in so many different ways. Like if a white person says that word, it's racist and toxic, but a black person can use it, and it could be a punchline. It could be a term of endearment. It could be lyrics to a rap song. It could be a positive affirmation. It's a very unusual word.
Which he's not wrong. It's in all of these things that he speaks of. Hell, I say it. You know where the only time where I don't say it, where I do slip up? At work. Why? Because I work with a whole bunch of white folks. Every so often, since I don't say it as much, if not at all, at work, sometimes those slip ups, I have to do it just to get that out of my system. Like it'd be some days where I go to work and certain stories have to have the N-word in them. Not saying that it's right, but I gotta do it. Anyway, let me keep going.
But it's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now, but for years I used it in that manner. I never used it to be racist because I'm not racist, but whenever you're in a situation where you have to say, I'm not racist, you fucked up. And I clearly have fucked up.
Yeah.
And that's my intention to express myself in this video, to say, there's nothing I can do to take that back. I wish I could. Obviously, that's not possible. I do hope that, if anything, that this can be a teachable moment. Because I never thought it would ever be taken out of context and put in a video like that. And now that it is, holy shit, it looks bad. And it's part of also me doing this podcast for thousands of hours, thousands of episodes, over 12 years. I said a lot of fucking stupid shit, which is fine when you're talking about most things, but not when you're talking about race. And there's another clip that I have to address. There's a clip from 11 years ago I was telling a story on the podcast about how me and my friend Tommy and his girlfriend, we got really high. We were in Philadelphia and we went to go see Planet of the Apes. And we didn't know where we were going. We just got dropped off by a cab and we got dropped off in this all black neighborhood. And I was trying to make the story entertaining. And I said, we got out and it was like we were in Africa. It's like we were in Planet of the Apes. I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure fucking sounded like that.
Of course, it did. For the simple fact that when he was telling the story, and y'all heard it, because I played it, he says, again, it was like I walked into Planet of the Apes. It was like I was in Africa. Because, like he said, he never had that experience by, I guess, being around so many black people where he probably was taken aback by it. Like, holy shit, it's not a white person in sight in here. Jesus, well, let's just see this movie. Like, I'm not tripping on you. Tripping, Tom? No, girlfriend, you tripping? No. Okay, well, let's get our tickets. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's get some popcorn and shit. Let's go. You know what I mean? Then he gets stopped. Hey, where I know you from? Fear Factor. Yup, that's exactly where I know you at. Mm-hmm. You Joe Rogan, right? Yeah, you was on that episode with Dave Chappelle, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Like, other than that, like, why are we tripping? Let's keep going. He ain't got much.
And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say. The Planet of the Apes wasn't even in Africa. I was just...
You did say that.
Saying there's a lot of black people there. But then I went on to talk about what a positive experience it was and how much fun it was to go to see this movie in a black neighborhood. It wasn't a racist story, but it sounded terrible. And like I said, you can have clunky stories about anything, but not about race. And so I deleted that whole podcast, but obviously somebody made a clip out of it and taken out of context. It looks terrible, but it looks terrible even in context. It's a fucking idiotic thing to say. And I was just trying to be entertaining. I certainly wasn't trying to be racist. And I certainly would never want to offend someone for entertainment with something as stupid as racism. My hope is that, look, I can't go back in time and change what I've said. I wish I could. Obviously, that's not possible. But I do hope that this can be a teachable moment for anybody that doesn't realize how offensive that word can be coming out of a white person's mouth, in context or out of context. My sincere and humble apologies. I wish there was more that I could say, but all of this is just me talking from the bottom of my heart. It makes me sick watching that video, but hopefully at least some of you will accept this and understand where I'm coming from. My apologies and much love. My sincere, deepest apologies and much love.
So he had a sincere apology, which, as many podcasts that I have watched, this is ridiculous. You got some of these YouTubers going so far as saying that, yes, I do think that he's a racist. Now, will a racist go on tour with another famous black comedian with another famous black opener? Would he do that? I don't think so if he's a racist. Y'all might be saying, well, he ain't trying to fuck his money up. Okay, well, there's money to be made elsewhere. He doesn't need to be at said venue with these comedians. And y'all think I'm about to turn up? Not just yet. I still got more of this article to read. So 1 second. All right. I'm just trying to close out of this application. So, with that being said, let's continue. Okay, so in a video over the weekend, I said that already. Though he also said that at times he made those comments over 12 years of his podcast. Rogan said he had believed that they were acceptable in context, which that's not what he said, but whatever. Many commentators found the apology insufficient. Only for the simple fact because they looked at the compilation, heard all the N words being said, then the ape comments, and then that's when they shut off. It was okay. I'm not. This dude's a racist. Although it was cringe, like that's when people took things out of context. But let's keep going. In his memo, EK said that Rogan made the decision to remove the episodes, which appear to number about 70. I think it's around about 100 by now, if not reaching that. After meeting Spotify executives and after his own reflections, EK also said that Spotify would invest $100 million for the licensing, developing, and marketing of music and other forms of audio from historically marginalized groups. What that would entail was not immediately clear. Spotify licensed most of its music from record labels and music distributors, and music from black artists and other minorities around are among the most popular of the platform. Spotify has also promoted minority podcasters with its Sound Up program, for example, which I feel as though I will be getting into pretty soon. Representatives of the company did not respond to the request for clarification. All right. Since January 24th, when Neil Young demanded that his music be removed from Spotify, citing complaints from health professionals about COVID-19. Hold on. Misinformation on Joe Rogan's show. The company has faced a mini boycott from musicians and constant criticism online. Joni Mitchell, what's her name again? India Ari, and Young's sometimes bandmates in Crosby, Stills, and Nash have all pulled their music. A handful of other artists, like the alternative band Failure, have followed suit, while others have staged protests of various kinds. The band Belly, for example, added a delete Spotify banner to its own Spotify profile page and explained on social media that for many artists, removing their music from the service is easier said than done. In media circles, well, hold on, let me attack that real fast. For the simple fact that they probably have some sort of licensing deal with their label, which means they have to talk to their label and maybe have Spotify on the phone or in conference somewhere, or talk to their label directly and be like, I want my music taken down from Spotify. Because just so you know, all the music that is on Spotify, it is not curated. Is that the right word? Or it's not operated by the artist. It's operated by the artist's label. So I'm pretty sure Nicki Minaj is not running her own Spotify profile. India Ari is not monitoring her own Spotify profile. Neil Young wasn't monitoring his own Spotify. They weren't. So for all them to pull their music down Well, Neil Young probably owns his masters, so maybe Neil Young and Joni Mitchell and them, but who knows? All right, but I know NDRE ain't monitoring her own stuff. But let's keep going. A handful of artists. Oh yeah, I said that. The band Belly. Okay, said that. In media circles, Spotify's stance over Rogan has also raised questions about the responsibility of online companies to police the content on their platforms. Guess what? Some people don't want to be YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. All right. But it's funny that I bring that up. In recent years, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and others have come under frequent attack for the content they host, usually about politics and the pandemic. They have responded with a variety of measures, but tend to avoid labeling themselves as publishers. That stance has been more difficult for Spotify given its exclusive deal with Rogan. In his memo, EK doubled down on recent comments denying that Spotify is Rogan's publisher. In a company town hall last week, he told employees that despite its exclusive arrangement with Rogan, Spotify did not have advance approval of his show and could remove his episodes only if they ran afoul of Spotify's content guidelines. Spotify released these platform rules for the first time last week. It was not clear whether the episodes that were removed last week violated them. And I should have put the Spotify guidelines up, but we don't have time for that right now. We're at 3 hours and 2 minutes. If I have time, I will, but if not, let's keep going. In his letter, EK alluded to growing employee discontent about that position and said he was wrestling with how this perception squares with our values. I also was to be transparent. He added, in setting the expectation that in order to achieve our goal or becoming the global audio platform, these kinds of disputes will be inevitable. Now, so I feel like I got some time, so let's bring up those Spotify terms and conditions. What's it called? Terms and conditions? Platform rules. Alright, so let me take myself out of the picture real fast. Oh, I'm tripping. Alright, so here we go. So Spotify platform rules. Spotify's mission is to unlock the potential of human creativity by giving a million creative artists the opportunity to live off their art and billions of fans to the opportunity to enjoy and be inspired by it. We believe achieving this mission on our platform is made possibly by welcoming different forms of artistic expression, ideas, perceptives, in voices, perspectives. I'm bugging right now. This may mean that some content on our platform may not be to each individual's liking or its content that Spotify endorses. However, that doesn't mean that anything goes on our platform. In addition to the terms that are agreed to govern your use of our services, These rules help ensure that everyone has a safe and enjoyable experience. What are the rules? Whether you're a musician, podcaster, or other contributor, it is important to be aware of what is not allowed on our platform. The examples in the below section are the illustrative purposes of our not and are not exhaustive. So, table of contents: you got dangerous content, deceptive content, sensitive content, illegal content. What happens to rule breakers? What else do I need to know? And how can I report an issue? I'm not reading through all this stuff either, so I suggest you guys go over to your wherever you get your internet provision from. Although most of these are short, but I'm not reading through all of this. Yeah. Anyway. I'm glad that this music came on because I'm about to get rawed in a mud. Okay. So let me give you my take on this. Once CNN or the liberal news network and Biden's regime stopped having a boogeyman in Donald Trump, they had to get a new bad guy. Who's the said bad guy? Joe Rogan. So, sound familiar, right? If you don't know, CNN's viewership has dropped by 95%. 95%. They have lost their airport and hotel contracts, which means their programming does not come into the houses, the hotel rooms or lobbies of hotels and or airports. You can't see it. Now, they need viewership, correct? Well, most people don't look at CNN. Some people look at MSNBC, Fox News, or their local news, right? I brought up last week that Adolf Hitler used propaganda to sway the opinions of his people, correct? I said that last week, right? To a certain group of people, the Jews, right? When they was living there in Germany, Hitler wanted a supreme race. He thought that Jewish people were not going to be a part of that. So, what did he do? There was almost a mass genocide of Jewish Germans. And or, I would say, Austrian Germans as well. Austrian Germans. I think at the time it was Austria-Hungary. So at the time, it was also Austrian Hungarian Jews as well. and yes, YouTube, I'm not saying anything foul right now, so don't try to block this video. So, where am I at? So 3 weeks ago, I also had a video about being distracted. What that video entailed was everything that is placed in front of you, as far as the Joe Rogan shit, that Whoopi Goldberg shit that happened, what was it, last week? This whole crack thing that Joe Biden wants to do. all of this stuff, and I would include Amir Locke. He's a distract. That situation is a distraction as well. All of that is a distraction for what? There's some shit going down in this country and around the world that some people choose not to even read up on. As you guys know, Joe Biden wanted to send some troops over to to Ukraine. Now, I said last week that was to protect his interests in the company because he has business dealings there. So, from what I've heard, he sent supplies, which I believe U.S. troops are some of those supplies. They're probably over there spying right now. He probably had the best of the best go over, and they're probably blended in with the Ukrainians. So, how most of these things distract you and stuff like that I was speaking of as well, they'll put it right in front of you, which you have something in your pocket that can distract you. It's called a phone. That's the reason why that video had on this screen here, it had a swirly black and white thing that hypnotizes you as well. On my phone, I had it where, hold on. On my phone, I had it where I had the swirly black hypnotized thing on this as well. Now, why did I do that? It's to show you that you're being hypnotized in shit that you don't even know is going on. They're giving you the bare minimum on CNN and places like that of what's going on in the world. They're giving you the bare minimum. Most of the time, you don't even hear about like these big events that's happening. CNN's usually covering some bull. But if you flip a couple channels up, you see Fox News. They're covering every damn thing. They're covering the Ukraine stuff. They're covering the crack pipe stuff, which is, the crack pipe thing is a distraction. But they're also talking about policies that's been passed, certain laws that's been passed. Like y'all don't even know about most of the laws that are being imposed. I brung up a few weeks back as well that I watch a certain select few of podcasts that know some of this information, of which I bring to you guys. I don't literally spit it verbatim, but I ingest it and then I present it so I can then give it to you guys. I was watching, I brought up a podcast channel, the Tim Pool IRL podcast. Tim Pool had Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a conservative Republican Congress member that is basically making some smoke in Congress of how these congressmen and senators do their jobs. Now, this is what I've learned from what she was speaking about on that episode. Congress people do not vote on these laws by what they read. Most of the time, most of these laws that they have voted on, they haven't even read them. If not, they've partially read it. And by partial, I mean 1%, because most of the time, those laws be like 12,000, 30,000 pages. Who's getting through all that within a day? They'll vote on it. Do you vote yes? Do you vote no? All right, adjourn. That's all that happens. So even senators are voting against laws, or voting on laws, I should say, that they're not even reading, let alone they don't even know how it's going to affect the American people. Do y'all know how many laws we break daily? It's weird. Can we be prosecuted on said laws? Yeah. Are certain cops who do read up on these laws going to prosecute? Take you in and book you? Probably, but probably not. It usually leads on probably not. But if you have a headstrong police officer that knows every damn law ever written, then yeah. But most of the time, no. So, the Joe Rogan business is nothing but a huge distraction. They need a bad guy. Because Donald Trump, he's not making any noise. He got his own social media now, where he can talk all of the shit that he wants. He's about to run for president again in 2024. He Gucci. He cool. Because he knows said media websites, like YouTube and stuff like that, isn't going to allow none of his content on their platforms. CNN isn't going to talk about that because they don't want to be around conservative voices. And we won't hear some of the what's going on with some of this stuff for the simple fact that you're not getting it anywhere. So you have to search for it. Where do I search for it? Right here on YouTube. It's an abundance of things. If not, I'll just type in to DuckDuckGo. Because none of that stuff is curated like Google is. If you want to find the real shit on Google, you're going to have to go through all those pages. You have to probably go to the last page that probably has nothing to do with the topic that you're looking on. If you look at some of the things that I look at, I always go to the last page to see what has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and then I start searching for the right page. And then I compare it from the first page to whatever page that I land on that has the right information. That's buried underneath all of the foolishness and distractive stuff. Now, so what a white dude said nigger 12 years ago. You're about to get your panties in a bunch because of that? You're going to get your panties in a bunch because a white dude said something 6 years ago? You're going to get mad at a white dude who says nigger 4 years ago? Somewhere where you can't even reach out and touch this motherfucker unless you go to one of his shows. Now, who the hell cares? Black people, you are more you're distracted more in this world. Hold on, where am I at? You are more distracted on somebody saying a derogatory word than you are than knowing your own name, knowing what blessings you have in front of you, or knowing the information you need to know. You're more distracted with the foolishness, with your sports and shit. You're loving hip hop. What's going on social media and shit. Who the fuck cares? You got bigger issues. You just had a law not even pass. The voters' rights something, but it was basically called the John Lewis bill. They named it after John Lewis for the simple fact that he was fighting for voting rights for years. He was in the civil rights movement with King and all that. They named it after him for the simple fact that that's what he was fighting for. That didn't even go through. And, your president and Kamala Harris has yet to meet with Ice Cube. With his his plan for black people. Nah, what Biden wants to do is build crack better again, so addicts can smoke more, and his so addicts can be more comfortable when they passing out and shit like that and overdosing. He wants them in a safe space instead of in the streets. Instead of sending said funds to programs that actually help with people get off drugs. Now, so you can watch ratchet stuff on TV in the name of what, or you'll watch the Django. Isn't that somebody that Joe Rogan brought up? Quentin Tarantino, who uses the word as if he's drinking water. You'll watch Django Unchained, where a white writer and director is using this word nigger 11 million times, and every sentence that is spoken in his movies, nigger is in it somewhere. Now, you will leave the movie theater and then say, I can't wait till that shit comes out on DVD. I've only seen Django one time. Or you'll watch 12 Years a Slave, Roots, Amistad, the list goes on and on. Hear said white folks in the movie say the N-word and not bat an eye. You'll sit there and be like, damn, this is a cold movie. Let's keep going. You will spend money to hear white people say nigger, but freak out when somebody says it in conversation, but has legitimate reason or reasoning for why he's saying it. Hell, we say it in conversation, but we don't have a problem. I've only met a certain select few of people who have a problem with the word nigger, and I do not say it around them. Or nigga, I do not say it around them. Because I'm respecting them for the simple fact that they don't like this word. Why should I then impede upon them this word that they don't want to hear? I'll respect the person and their beliefs. Just as so they should do me, such as though you should do with anybody else. Now, but y'all don't want to hear that because y'all feel as though Joe Rogan is racist and easily accessible than the actors that those movies have in them, or that I mentioned, I should say, really. But you better not run up on Joe. I'll tell y'all that now. He is a black belt in jiu-jitsu and other forms of martial arts, and you're going to get yourself tied into a pretzel fucking with him. So don't run up. Do not run up. Now, most of y'all may be saying, I ain't worried about no motherfucker wearing, being in martial arts and shit. That's what kids do. Okay, run the fuck up and see what happens. Now, even though he's short, he still knows martial arts. So I wouldn't run up on him. And I know martial arts a little bit. Now, but why I'm more disappointed in that black people, you are allowing the liberal woke stuff, the liberal democratic media, or the use of a word to get you riled up and not using your common sense. Sound familiar? This happens on on a day-to-day basis in every hood or wherever, ghettos or wherever you want to be, around the country. You know, some people fight, some people, you know, they yell and scream and argue, but whatever. But you do that and that's making your decision. You're deciding, I'm going to argue, I'm going to fight this person because that word hurts me and I don't want that person to say it anymore. Okay, understandable. But nigger shouldn't piss you off. Negro shouldn't piss you off. Because from those terms derives this term, naga, in which that term derives from negus or negus. Here's the meaning of naga negus. Naga, Sanskrit, serpent. In Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, a member of a class of mystical, semi-divine, or demigods or lesser gods, being half human and half cobra. They are a strong, handsome species who can assume either wholly human or wholly serpent form and are potentially dangerous but often beneficial to humans. So Naga means a god. Negus is a title in the African Asiatic GEs, Tigrinya, Tigray, and hold on, Amharic languages. It denotes a king as the Bahir Nagasi of the Madrid Bahi kingdom in pre-1890. Eritrea in the Negus is pre-1974 Ethiopia. The title has subsequently been used to translate the word king in biblical and other literature. So, people, when someone's calling you a nigger, they're either calling you, and you can look at it either way, a queen or a king or a god. That is the understanding of which these white folks, most of them, know of this word. But they know it's been used in a derogatory form. They know it's going to piss you off. You think they care if you fight them? Do you think they give a fuck? They don't. You're wasting time by arguing or fighting someone who is a racist. And the person who is a racist is wasting their time by hating a race that they actually like or they hold at a high standard by as well holding them at a low standard because that's the way that they've been taught their whole life. Now, I have some books here that I pulled out of my library. Here's the first one. It's called The N-Word. I know you can't see it because it's bright in here. Alright. Next one is a two-parter, From Niggas to Gods, Part 1 and Part 2. Read these books when I was 23 years old. I'm going to read a few excerpts from each. Now, first excerpt from Chapter 1, Founding Fictions. It starts out like this. The word nigger to be a colored person, Langston Hughes once observed, is like a red rag to a bull. Christopher Darden echoed this. Christopher Darden echoed this argument decades later in a Los Angeles courtroom. Working as a prosecutor in the murder trial of the disgraced athlete and celebrity pitchman O.J. Simpson, a legal skirmish the media were fond of calling the trial of the century. Darden described the epithet as the filthiest, dirtiest, nastiest word in the English language. All right, which I heard that as well. If you go on YouTube, watch old episodes of Inside the Actor Studio. The host always says when there is a black guest on, he always says that the N word, because he lived in Detroit. He always explains his case why he feels as though that is the nastiest word that he's ever heard. Let's keep going. Excerpt 2. The epithet did function as the pivotal metaphor for the racial themes that ultimately decided the outcome of the trial, thus demonstrating its enduring potency as an instrument of white supremacy and a symbol of lingering sentiment against blacks. It's excerpt 2. 3. The origin of the pair's famous tussle can be traced. Basically, the pairs that they're speaking of, because I didn't want to read all of this. It was a tussle between Johnny Cochran, which was he was the only head black attorney on his team. He had 2 workers that worked at his firm, and then Christopher Darden on the prosecutor side was the only black person to be working. So when they mean pair, they mean Christopher Darden and Johnny Cochran's war with each other during that case. So excerpt 3. The origin of the pair's famous tussle can be traced all the way back to 1619, when the Jamestown colonist John Rolfe noted in his diary the first time African captives came to live and toil in British North America. 20 Negars, he wrote, had arrived on a Dutch man of war. Did he mean niggers or Negroes? Most lexicographers trace both words to Niger, the Latin word for black, or Niger, I should say. Some of them also contend that nigger was intended intentionally as a neutral term, citing the presence of niggers in the learned discourse of the 17th century anti-slave activist Samuel Sowell. They suggested that the word acquired a derogatory character over time, picking up various spellings along the way. Now, if the people that you say that you hate is indecisive of how a word is spelt and how it's said and what's the meaning of it, why the fuck should you get mad at it? Now, first, the part 1 of niggas and guys. I'm gonna read something out of here as well. How many do I got? I got 1 excerpt. So here we go. This is chapter 32. This is the first excerpt out of this. It goes, "As a man thinketh, so is he." This is a statement full of wisdom and psychobiological science. This statement is full of concrete truth. As a man thinketh, so is he. Let us closely examine some of the meaning of this statement. We should seek full understanding to receive the benefits of this most wise statement. Now it is true that a man thinketh, so is he, but what does that mean? Think about the statement and its deeper meaning. This means that your thoughts or your inward pattern of thinking directly determines how you shall manifest outwardly. However, you perceive yourself to be, this is how you will actually be. This is true, but why is it true? The brain contains a sphere of your mind. The mind contains the sphere of your thinking. Your thinking contains the sphere of your physical and spiritual states of existence. Your physical, spiritual states of existence contain the sphere of your entire lifetime. These are spheres within spheres. The brain is the root and the seed of your every existence. Which means if someone calls you the N-word, calls you nigger, and you get upset, then that what you think of yourself, that you are a nigger. So you're getting mad at something that you think of yourself, which means this is why you're going so hard at fucking Rogan and you want him canceled. Because you don't think highly of yourself. I can tell you, and I ain't gonna lie, after reading the N-word, I stopped saying nigger, nigga for 6 months. Now I know that's y'all probably laughing by now. Well, you only stopped saying it for 6 months, but I stopped saying it for 6 months for a reason. Because after getting the knowledge of what the word is and what the word is about, I felt the obligation to go, hey, well, I have been using the word a lot. Maybe I should stop. But, no one else probably has ever done that before. Now, I'm going to pull another excerpt from the last part of this, from part 2, or volume 2 of From Niggas to Gods, chapter 32. Hold on. Chapter 35, the purpose, hold on. The purpose of the true revolutionary. It's short at that. Now, where did I make my, Oh yeah, I was reading you guys this whole chapter, which is a short chapter. It's only 2 pages. So, the subtitle is The Purpose of the True Revolutionary, but the title of this chapter is called Respect the White Man. Now, let's go. What do you think of all this is for? Do you think this is just a bunch of ranting and raving, getting excited over nothing? What is this for? I hope that you don't think that this is supposed to make you mad at the white man. And now you are revolutionary because you walk around with a little frown on your face. No, beloved, that is not the purpose here. Tell me something. What is walking around with an angry frown on your face going to do about anything? You are correct, absolutely nothing. The thing that you learn in For Niggas to Gods Part 1 in the other subsequent reading since that time are not designed to make you into some little walking time bomb of hate. You ain't gonna... Yeah, he said you ain't. You ain't gonna be nothing but blow up on yourself. You just woke up fuming, go to bed fuming, and fuming all the time in between. Pretty soon, you have fumed yourself away, burning up from the inside, and this devil ain't even broke a sweat. He out here, he out playing volleyball somewhere, and you catching all the flames from his hell raising. No, that is not the way this thing is supposed to work. Neither is the design, hold on. No, that is not the way this thing is supposed to work. Neither is it designed for such. The truth is designed to free your mind from the current ignorance, not to enslave it enslave it unto the bitter emotion of anger. And what has been done to your people, yes, any sane individual with a sincere heart will become extremely angry at the mass atrocities assaulted against African peoples. Across this world, if you don't get angry, this is something severely wrong with you. Get what is your proper response to your anger, as well as what should be your result action to your dissatisfaction. Do you want to take a little bitsy semi-automatic assault weapon and start a civil war? Urban warfare in the streets is extremely what they would like to provoke you to do. Therefore, having an excuse to turn their military forces inward toward a wholesale mass murder. That would be very convenient, wouldn't it? Do y'all know how Antifa always blames something on BLM? That's how it happens. Do you know how when Mike Brown got shot down by that cop, and when people were protesting in the streets, they used sound weapons on them? A military weapon, a sound weapon. Now, I'll take you to another one. Just this past 2 years ago with George Floyd, don't you know they were using rubber bullets on the protesters? This was the police, and as well the National Guard. Do you want this to happen? And this is one thing that I always want to speak about, but I never get to. I'll be seeing YouTubers that's in like the pro-black sectors on here, and they talking about all the things that we should do and all of the solutions and shit. You know how stupid that is? You know how stupid it is to let your enemy know you're playing? I'll bring up a comic book reference, and it's also a movie. Animated movie. So it's called Justice League Doom. So in said movie, the Legion of Doom gets formed by this immortal called Vandal Savage. Vandal Savage is like millions of years old. Vandal Savage gets a hold of Batman's plans on how to take down the Justice League. But then he amplifies said plans on each Justice League member who has powers, such as Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash. Who else was in that? Cyborg, and I think that's it. So, guess who was helping them with this plan to get rid of every said thing that was done to each Justice League member? Superman had a kryptonite bullet lodged in his heart. The Flash had a bomb strapped to his wrist. Wonder Woman damn near had a heart attack and killed herself. The Green Lantern felt sorrow for herself because the green ring of the Green Lantern Corps uses will. If you're in sorrow and you're embattled with yourself, you don't have the will to fight. So thus his powers left. Then Cyborg got infected with a deadly computer virus. Who made all these plans up? Well, it was Batman, somebody from the inside. Why did he do that? For the simple fact, just in case one of those motherfuckers went rogue, he had a plan to eliminate them. Well, not eliminate, but put them down. But you then talk about your shit online. These people who's doing this shit online, these are the very people who's coming up with these solutions who's going to get motherfuckers killed. That's the reason why I don't talk about what plans we should do to do something about what's going on in this country when it comes to the white supremacy fucking us over. I never do that. Those motherfuckers is Batman. And then Vandal Savage, the government or what have you, takes those plans and then uses it against you. Seems like black folks are their own worst enemy. Let's keep going. Of course, hold on. That would be very convenient, wouldn't it? That was about the military forces turning their guns inwards at people. So, of course, if it comes down to life or death, we have to do what a man does. But do you think that urban warfare is simply like popping your little pistol at some niggas across town? No, sir. It is about jets firing missiles on your home, helicopters dropping chemicals on your head, tanks rolling through your communities, cutting off your water, your gas, and your electric, your food supply, etc., etc. Let me stop there. There was a group in Philadelphia in the 80s called the Move Movement. Do you know what happened to the Move movement? Well, the government wanted to move them to the upper room. How did they do that? They dropped a bomb on the very house they was having a meeting in. Children and adults were killed. But we don't see a problem with what the fuck we're doing. Let me keep going. Are you ready for your food? Hold on. Are you ready for that? They sold you enough ammunition to shoot yourself and them niggas across the street. It's so ignorant, I don't even want to talk about it. The way we are killing each other, which is very taboo to bring up. We can't talk about black on black crime, but we can talk about cops killing niggas. We can talk about Joe Rogan saying the word nigga. We can talk about Joe Biden being a racist and saying nigga in his day. But, we want to get mad at Joe Rogan because he was explaining why he was saying nigga. But let's keep going. It's ridiculous. The question posed is this. What is your proper response to your anger, as well as what should be the resulting action to your dissatisfaction? This is neither a passing fad for you to pump your black power fist for a few years and then go back into utter foolishness. What is this all for, and what is a true revolutionary? A revolutionary is a person who strives to consistently re-evolve self and the realities around the self. This is a person who is dedicated to the onward development of self and society. To re-evolve is to evolve over and over into greater stages of maturity. The first cell of life is a revolutionary in the womb of its mother. God is the revolutionary. This is about growth. Now, are you up? Are you up for the struggle? It starts in your chest, then to your head, and out the world around. Listen, there's an art to war. Respect your opponent. He has accomplished great things. He did what his God created or made him to do, and then some. I have the book Art of War too, but I didn't bring that up. You do what you do what your God created you for. He was obedient to his maker. You be obedient to yours. He has great power. He has great knowledge. He has a nation in a world of his own. Respect him. He has everything you wish to have one day. Don't wear your politics on your sleeve so much. He knows that it is your time. If you were wiser, you would learn from him. All all that you could, you will learn from him all that you could. He learned all that he knows from you, didn't he? Then he came back and whoops you with it. If you don't understand what this is saying, okay, I'll give you the Nation of Islam story. Because me explaining it the way that I want to isn't going to make you guys understand what the fuck I'm talking about. So, there was, matter of fact, it's in the Bible as well. So there was it was a bald head, big head scientist named Yakub. Yakub took the black germ and he did some scientific research with it. Thus, he came up with the white germ. But before he did that, he came up with the brown germ, the red germ, the yellow germ, and thus the white germ. So, the only thing that he got wrong with the white germ was that once these people were mature, they weren't walking up just right. They was walking on all fours. Thus, he threw them to the Caucasus Mountains, and then he brought them back because he understood what he had to do. So what he did, he tied boards to their back to have them walk up straight. Then after that, he cut their tails. Then after that, he started teaching them, like he did with the brown, the red, and the yellow germ. Then after that, this is where the story gets cloudy. Somehow, the white people or the pale people destroyed damn near everything. Thus, the knowledge that is here in this world now was always yours, but you allowed them to know it, so then they whoop your ass with it. That's exactly what the fuck this is saying. But let me keep going. Where was I at? Okay, Smile. But he had no problem learning from you back then. So are you too proud? He'll teach you. He loves to teach. He can't help himself. A wise man is a teacher to a few, but everyone is a teacher to a wise man. Respect your opponent. Be a wise revolutionary on all levels. There is an art to war. That was from Niggas to Gods Part 2. I personally pulled those 3 books, and I should have pulled The Art of War for a reason. And I know I'm about to get into 4 hours, but I still got 2 more pages to go over. I pulled those for this reason. Y'all are out here wilding about some bullshit. for real, y'all out here wilding on some bullshit. Now, so you spend all your time being mad at the term nigger, but we call ourselves niggas. Taboo topic, right? Guess you saw that coming, huh? I know. But some, how's that? How that's different? Because somebody else black is saying it. That's why. But you wouldn't say nigga or nigger around your 70 plus, 80 plus year old grandparents. You would get chewed out for saying that around your grandparents because you know what the hell they've been through in their lifetime. So why would you even think to get upset at the word now that I done told you what the hell it means? Now, none of these other, I'll say one other YouTuber has, and I give him his props, Zoe Williams, and his crew on the Zoe What show, gave the history behind the word nigger. But you guys get upset about stupid shit. Now, y'all get chewed out by your grandparents if you for saying that. Why be a hypocrite all the time? I tell you now, nigger is the least of my worries. It is. It's the least of my worries. This is why. It's bigger things out here to be mad at. Like rising gas prices. You know, gas in the state of Maryland, from what I saw so far, is at $3.49 when I looked at it at the gas station that I was at. Then I drove a little bit further after getting gas and saw gas was $3.54 somewhere else. Then went further up the road and saw that another gas station had it for $3.78. I said, Jesus Christ. So gas prices are rising. Inflation. Grocery shelves are getting emptier by the week. Not knowing how to grow food or know the right time of the year to grow food. What laws affect me on a day-to-day basis. Not having the right not having the rights like that to grow food because of taxation. Staying sane in an insane world and being censored on every social media platform or social media site you go on because you may not know who you're offending this week. That's why I don't really get on social media. Most of the posts, well, this week's post or this Friday and Saturday's post, they were all scheduled. The only time that I went on to social media was to schedule those posts. So the stories that you saw today, if you was on my Instagram or Facebook or the or on Instagram, those stories and the posts were all scheduled, and I did that Thursday night when I got home from work. No, it was Wednesday night. Sorry, I did that. Now, this stuff is so more important than what podcaster, comedian, football or basketball coach and or owner is saying because like I said a little earlier, you still spend your money with these corporations. Don't believe me? Refer to rapper Jim Jones' video about Gucci. Did y'all see that? What happened to Jim Jones? Jim Jones was in Gucci. I should bring that up just so y'all can see it. Jim Jones was in Gucci and wasn't getting help for hours. He said he was in Gucci for like 2 hours and not one person helped him. Jones, Gucci. Now we're gonna watch this little video right here. All right, hold up.
Snowball. I don't know what today is. You know what I'm saying?
We shooting a video called Shopping.
Yeah, we going shopping, man.
And this nigga said, wake up, we going shopping. And we going to do the video like this. So
if you in New York and you want to go shopping, you see me and Jim Jones, holla at me. Sneakers on me.
Right now.
Jordan's on me.
I've never even been in this room in Gucci.
We going to TVs. We going everywhere, man. Listen, man. If you see me, I'm telling you, holla at me.
Not even a drink of water. We've been in Gucci for about an hour. Right? And we in Gucci in the VIP.
We've been in Gucci for like 2 hours.
Right? Since we came in here, having nobody came and showed us no courtesy, no amenities, no nothing. Period. Not even a drink of water. Asked to speak to the manager. Send me a black guy out here that start telling me some bullshit. So they got the black guy racial profiling on black people. Asked to speak to a manager bigger than him. Everybody disappeared. Ain't nobody come out yet. I still ain't getting no sparkling water. I still ain't getting no champagne. I still ain't getting nothing. I didn't have a salesperson inside of my VIP suite the whole time I was there. I had to keep screaming for VIP people to help me out. Now everybody don't know where the real manager is. You heard? I'm tired of this. We spending all this money as entertainers inside these stores. They hire these black people, and these black people are more racist than white people when they get their job inside of Gucci.
Did you hear that? Black people are more racist than white people. Once a black person walks into a high-end store like that, they're racially profiling more than what the white people are. But do you see? You still, I'm pretty sure he walked out of there with something, with some sort of outfit or whatever he was buying that day. Pretty sure he walked out with something. Because even though you are disenfranchised by something, you still spend money with these said corporations. Now, I can play the rest of it so he can further complain, but I'm pretty sure you guys get the idea. Alright? So, hold on. Let's see.
All of a sudden, you stop playing with us, bro. Still haven't seen a manager yet. Still haven't seen a manager yet. Since I'm talking to you right now, a manager still hasn't popped out of Gucci. And the bill is like $29,000, but we didn't pay that yet. You heard? Why would we? They still haven't sent a manager or bottle of sparkling water or anything that says that we appreciate your service for being in here in Gucci and spending that bag.
The big one.
The big one. They sent this guy.
Yeah, no.
What is he possibly going to do? You heard? What is he going to do? Is what I want to know. Still haven't seen a manager. Is there a manager that works here or everybody's just a worker? Big difference in bird off. Big difference.
That doesn't matter anymore. Because for the simple fact, I'm pretty sure he still bought something. He probably spent that $20,000 still and walked out with all of his shit while still being mad. But he still walked out with his dignity. Or so what he did. He probably didn't. So, whatever. But y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all allow these corporations to disrespect you all the time. But the only thing that you'll do is nothing. You'll still spend with them and all that. You know how people are always harping on buy black, support black businesses? But y'all rather go to Gucci. It's a high-end black designer that the dude I just brought up a little while ago, Zoe Williams, that he wears all the time. It's called Ramomar. It's made in the same no, I think he makes his own stuff. Ramomar, but it's another designer he used to bring up all the time called Elephant. Elephant is made in the same place that Ralph Lauren and all those other designers are made at. Elephant, a black-owned designer brand. Also, you know, we buy shoes and shit. It's a black shoe designer called Negast Shoe or Footwear or Shoes. I think it's Footwear. Negast Footwear. Negash. But y'all don't want to spend your money with them because they ain't name brand. Like you know what I'm saying? Those ain't name brand. So, you know, what am I going to do? You know, I'm walking in these shoes. Nobody never seen them and all that. Nigga, look, it's called having something exclusive. That's what it's called. Why are you worried about what white brand you have on yourself? What does that matter? Have some exclusive shit on you that's somebody black. Now, for the men, it's a black-owned sock maker and distributor called Made Man Sockery. A black woman who sells male socks, such as like dress socks and stuff like that. So I just named you 2 designers, a sock person, and a shoe brand. And you can probably go anywhere and find a black designer suit or designer dress maker. You can probably look that up right now and get like 9 or 10 results. 9 or 10. Well, you can get a lot of results probably. I said 9 or 10. All right. So, why complain because someone chooses to speak the way that they want to speak in their own house and or studio, on their own microphones? Excuse me. Look, when you start censoring speech, you lead yourself and others down a road to not be able to speak, period. Do you want the only word you can speak to be okay because you don't want to offend anybody? Do you really want that to happen? Do y'all know that in the liberal world in which they're leading this country right now, I don't know how they're doing it, but in this country right now, it's offensive to call a boy and a girl a girl. Also, they also have a term called theybies. Theybies. Theyby. Theybies. Because liberals, this liberal woke movement doesn't want you to label your children a gender because that child has yet to determine what it wants to be. Wow. What the hell is going on right now, yo? Like, for real. Like, I'm fucking disgusted, to be honest. But y'all keep allowing this to happen. If you can't allow one person to his or her free speech, hate speech, or love speech, you damn us all to not be able to talk at all. Look, to be honest, I endorse hate speech. I'm sorry. Because check this out. Y'all wanted Trump to be out of office, right? Because y'all said he said a lot of hateful things and y'all kept bringing up his past, just like y'all did Joe. Y'all brought up past shit. Y'all brought up Donald Trump having that article in the New York Times when he spoke on the what's their name now? The exonerated 5. Because he basically wrote in the article, yes, these guys should be placed in jail because this, that, and the third. That wasn't just his thought. That was a lot of people's thought around the nation. But let me bring this up. The 94 crime bill. You know, a lot of black people backed that because of all the bullshit that was happening in these communities. You just don't have Joe Biden to thank for that. You have also those black people who actually voted for that bill. But y'all get mad at white people. Okay, let's keep going. If y'all couldn't tell by now, and I support Joe Rogan in his podcast because I watch all of those episodes that had nigger in them and understood why he was using the term nigger. Although it was cringe, I understand why he was using it. Because someone educated him on the word, sure. Would he benefit from it? He probably will. But should we care what he said amongst friends and associates? No, we should not. If y'all feel the way you do, don't watch. It's that simple. Don't watch. If y'all feel that way, do not watch. Just like everybody who got upset by his misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, who did not watch said episode but then got upset by what he was saying. Does that make sense? It doesn't. Because I know I don't get mad at anything that I haven't seen, heard, or was able to examine my damn self. I can't. Now, if you feel, I'm sorry. I find it funny y'all can say he's spreading misinformation and disinformation, but never watch a single episode of his podcast, but be up in arms to cancel someone, and you don't know the full facts or context of what you speak, and not be embarrassed by it. If this is the world you want to live in, then take me out of here, because I don't need to be here. I don't. This shit is whack. I can get canceled by some of the shit that I said tonight. That I endorse hate speech, that I support Joe Rogan in the podcast. Black people are his worst enemies. All this shit that I said tonight, I can be canceled tonight. Or right now, I can be canceled. Now, if this is the norm, take me out of here. I don't want to be here no more. One man tries to have meaningful conversation with other individuals with difference in opinion, so we can have a nation, so we can, as a nation and as a world people, have discourse amongst friends and family about important and taboo topics. That's what the podcast is here for. I understand once I picked this microphone up and started talking in it, I had a responsibility. Every time I get on this microphone, I know I have a responsibility. I might have handled this responsibility wrong at first, but I get it now. I know exactly why I'm responsible for the words that I say. This is why. I could say something tonight. I could say, yeah, they should kill that motherfucker. And somebody goes out and kills the person that I said they should kill. You know who also is at fault other than the person who killed the person that I said kill? I'm at fault. They said Donald Trump staged a riot, which made January 6th happen. If you look at exactly what he said, he didn't say storm the Capitol, break in the motherfucker, and blah, 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 blah. He just basically said, in short, he said protest for a better result. And have them and be heard when you do it. That's in short of what he was saying. Now, just like Joe, I have a responsibility, but he has to get in front of millions of people when he does it, and then thousands when he's on the road doing his comedy. So imagine the responsibility he has to endure. This isn't easy. I get nervous every time I get on this mic with the fear of saying something wrong, but I hold my composure. I'm nervous every time I get up here. Although I read over everything that I'm going to talk about, I got all the nuances and all the information that I needed to get to then present it in front of y'all. I still get nervous by talking the stuff that I'm talking. Especially now, because now I'm ending every show with all my thoughts. Usually last year it was me just reading article for article, and then me giving my own little opinions in between certain paragraphs. I'm ending every show with my opinion. I'm giving you the same. I'm doing the same thing, giving you the articles and stuff like that. But then I'm giving you my exact thoughts of how I feel about each topic that I do now. Can I say something wrong by doing that? Hell yeah, I can say something wrong by doing that. Do I care? A little bit. A little bit. But I know once I end this video's here forever. So 20 years from now, somebody can look at this video and be like, well, damn, he was right on that, or that motherfucker was wrong. He should never said that. I have a responsibility here. Now, so y'all should listen more, talk less, and make sure you're making sound decisions, and most importantly, do your own damn research. This is key, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Our thought about someone who is famous is that they are perfect and nothing is wrong and they have everything. But what we fail to realize is that he had and many others are all works in progress. What the hell do you think this his podcast is about? It's about building and fellowship and camaraderie, and most importantly, knowledge. Joe is one of many podcasts who give you alternative news, other than the bullshit that's curated on national news. That's it. That's all that it is. Now, so if you see Joe as a racist or an anti-vaxxer, then you clearly missed the message and allowed your weak-mindedness shadow your cognitive thinking skills and also your critical thinking skills. So if you was offended by anything I said tonight or my stance on this particular topic, well, fuck you if you can't handle the truth. And with that said, everybody, I thank you guys for watching. I know it was a long video, but we made it through together. And thank you guys for being here. So I'll give you a round of applause. So, with that being said, let me get these promotions out the way. But let me say this first before I do that. We're living in a country right now where our speech is being censored in various places. We're basically on slave status, where we have to show our papers, our freedom papers, just to show that we've taken a jab. And y'all don't really want to go into this type of living. You don't. You want to try to reverse what's been happening to us, because the road that we're leading ourselves on is a bunch of bullshit. And this is what you guys should think about tonight once this video ends. What type of world do you want to live in? And then after you think about that, do something to make this world a better place. All right? Now, let me end this video. Everybody, thank you guys for being here. Okay, like, I had a blast. Please remember, Fridays I do a game stream called Marcus Speaks Play. That is my show on Fridays that I do, where I play all of my favorite games in a certain select few of new releases. All right. As well, on Saturdays I do my podcast, which you're watching right now, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So please don't forget those days or those times. All right. As well, please follow me or subscribe to me on both of my my YouTube channels. My main channel, which you're watching this, which is Marcus Speaks, and my secondary channel, which you can also find on my main channel. When you subscribe if you're new, you can find my secondary channel, so subscribe to that as well. Alright? Links are in the description below. I'm also on Twitch when I stream live doing Marcus Speaks Play. I only did Marcus Speaks Live one time, and most of that video is muted, so I stopped. So follow me over there as well. I'm using restream.com to stream this wonderful video that I've done tonight. I'm so happy with how it turned out, and I hope you guys are too. I haven't really been saying this lately, but this is what I want to say. I would like to get to at least 200 subscribers by May. So this is 4 months from now. 4 months from now. I'll like to get to 200 subscribers by May 1st. Alright? Or let's say May 5th. Let's say Cinco de Mayo. Let's do it on Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo. So I'm streaming live using restream.com to do this podcast. I don't stream anywhere else anymore, which I should take some of that stuff down. It's every week that I never do. I should take some of that stuff down. But anyway, if you have any sort of recommendation, such as a story recommendation, a game recommendation, or a show recommendation, let me know. Let me know if, the show recommendation, something that I can do during the show, like a segment or something that I should add, or something I should take out or something. Let me know either in the live chat, let me know in the comment section if you're watching the replay, or you can let me know in my DMs on social media. The way you can follow me is on Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast, as well as Facebook at Marcus Speaks, which is my personal page. My group page over there is Marcus Speaks Podcast. Alright? The way you can find that is you can type me in on the search bar on Facebook at Marcus Speaks Podcast, as well as let me know, or you can find me at www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. And Marcus is capitalized, the S in Speaks is capitalized, and the PC is also capitalized. Alright? I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. So if you can, check those links out, alright? Let me know how you feel about this podcast. So subscribe to me. Follow me. Do what you gotta do, alright? As well as, please, I beg of you, like this video, share this video, share my channels if you can. Subscribe if you're new, and hit that bell icon to all so you can get all of my notifications once I go live. Please do not forget, leave a comment. Alright, I'll let you know how I'm doing up here. So with that, I gotta get out of here. I'm hungry. I haven't ate all day. So I'll check you guys out next Friday. So peace out. I'll check you guys out next week. And you guys have a nice night. Peace out.